Mic on, so I'll try again. It being, I'm going to go with 10:04, so I'm to make our clerk have to redo things here. Open the meeting of the Finance Division 2, and welcome the folks from UNH, and please introduce yourselves and begin.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Catherine Provencher. I serve as the Chancellor of our state's university system, and with me is Lauren Banker, our Government Relations Director.
Yeah, nice to see you all.
So we passed out a dozen or so slides. I'd like to walk you through those. We've also provided 2 letters of support, one from the Business and Industry Association and one from the New Hampshire Life Sciences Association. And you'll recall that when we were here in January to provide an orientation to Division 2, walked through a lot of information about enrollment, demographics, the number of students, the programs that we have that relate to workforce needs, what we've been doing about it. I'm not going to repeat that information that I provided. I'm happy to answer any questions, but we walked through quite a bit of material when we were here in January for orientation. So on slide 2, I provide this because frankly, I look at it fairly frequently to remind myself the importance of the work that's done across the university system. This is section 1 of RSA 187A. It's the enabling legislation that creates the university system. And the university system is to provide programs which serve the needs of the state and the nation, research which contributes to the welfare of mankind, to the development of faculty, and to the educational experience of students, for its faculty and staff to bring educational resources and professional experience to the benefit of the state and the state's people. This is our mission, and we take it very seriously. And of course, I'm probably biased, but the university system is good at what it does. And it is a tremendous resource to the state as a whole, to our businesses, and to the citizenry. So just want to start with that. On slide 3 is a summary of the governor's recommended budget. The governor's recommended budget, biennium over biennium, including the one-time funding. I'll talk about that in just a minute. It's a $16.5 million reduction in university system funding from 24-25 to 26-27. That's about an 8.3% reduction. And we will feel that reduction. I'll talk a minute about other costs we have to take out of our cost structure. And we respectfully request that state funding be held at the governor's level. Not flat funding, but not a deeper cut than the 8.3%. We have modeled out what that looks like at $91.2 million. We know in fiscal 26, we have to take out about $20 million in cost out of our cost structure, and we're working toward that. As I mentioned earlier, we talked about during the orientation, we've reduced employee headcount, we've reduced medical benefits, increased premiums, we've reduced retirement contributions, we're selling property, we're getting out of leases. We recognize with a decline in enrollment, we must act prudently and make those difficult decisions. So on slide 4, again, quick recap. Our total enrollment in the fall of 24 was 23,000. Our resident, non-resident split is about 50-50 across the university system. 83% of our students are undergrads. UNH makes up about 69% of our total enrollment, with Keene at 14% and Plymouth at 17%. The university system is a significant driver for workforce pipeline. Each year, about 3,000 of our graduates enter the New Hampshire workforce. We have relationships with thousands of businesses across the state, again, which I think is indicative of the letters of support that you've received from the Business and Industry Association and the New Hampshire Life Sciences Association. UNH is one of only 187 universities in the country that are classified as R1. R1 is a Carnegie classification, which indicates the highest level of research, which is very impressive for a university the size of UNH. Now, I will tell you, if you go back and look at the material from the orientation, the number was 1 out of 146, but now it's 187. So also, Keene and Plymouth, much smaller institutions, but they are deeply embedded in the Monadnock region and the Lakes region in the North Country. Okay, so slide 5, I want to take some time and walk through some numbers. I think sometimes maybe it's a mystery of what the finances of the university system are and how it works. So this is a high-level summary. I just want to walk you through some line items. And this is a snapshot, again, a summary from the university system's audited financial statements, the income statement, profit and loss statement from 2019 and 2024. You might say, why did Kathy use 2019? Well, the COVID years make it very difficult sometimes to look at the audited financial statements and make a comparison with all the federal dollars that were coming in, with the room and board we had to rebate, all of that. So I just want to walk through this as a 5-year change on our income statement. So you'll see tuition and the top line, gross tuition and fees has dropped. Even though there has been no price increase on New Hampshire resident students during that time, there has been a price increase on non-resident students, about 2.5% per year. But you still see a decline in that gross because our enrollment is declining. On the second line, you'll see at the same time that gross tuition and fees has declined, our financial aid has increased, which is why over that same time period for our New Hampshire students, net tuition and fees on average has actually dropped during that time period. So this net tuition and fees, that highlighted row, that's dropped 15%. And that's what's available, if you will, for the university system to run its operations as far as tuition and fees goes. Auxiliary services, that's room and board, primarily room and board. That's increased because we've had price increases. The next line is an important one. It's grants and contracts. We talked a little bit about this during orientation. Grants and contracts, you'll see our research enterprise has increased significantly over those 5 years. That also includes Pell Grants, which is about 20 million, 22 million. So there's not a big change in that line from Pell Grants, but federal research grants have significantly increased, which is why in a minute I'll show you, you'll see increases in spend from research, right? $1, for the most part, $1 in is $1 out. State appropriations, that 21% increase in the 5 years includes $3 million in fiscal 24 of one-time money that was appropriated for Plymouth and Keene. If we look at the recurring, if you will, a recurring grant, that increase from 19 to 24, fiscal 19 to 24 is about a 17% increase in state appropriations, which the university system and our students very much appreciate. That's how we've been able to keep New Hampshire tuition flat. For the first time this fall, for the first time since 2013, our New Hampshire resident student population increased. And I really believe a lot of that has to do with being able to keep New Hampshire tuition flat. And why is that important? We know that our New Hampshire resident students are more likely to stay and work here in our state. So you'll see employee compensation has increased 6% over those 5 years, over a time period where inflation was 23%, and over a time period that research increased 59%. So if I would pull out research, grant-funded positions, our employee comp actually dropped. The supplies and services line, you see that significant increase. Also, a lot of that has to do with the research dollars. So if we have subcontracts, if there's equipment involved, that would be in that line. And that increase is a direct result of that grant, increase in grant-funded research. I do want to point out, this often comes up as a question relative to endowments. So the university system, including the UNH Foundation, Keene State has a small foundation, the value of all the endowments at June 30 of 24 was $988 million, which is a very big number. Almost all of that, remember, UNH has been around for 150 years. So it's donor monies that are designated for specific purposes. Also included in that is many years of the unique college scholarship program. There are also what we call quasi endowments. It's a financing tool if we've issued debt and it's going to be a bullet payout. Years from now, we've put money aside, so we're ready to pay that bullet when it comes due. So that endowment pays out, and this is also very common, pays out about 4.5% per year. You say, why 4.5% per year? Because we want to minimize volatility. If you have a year that the stock market drops 15%, we still want to be able to pay out that 4.5% because it's funding scholarships and a number of other things. So what pays out each year is $40 to $45 million for scholarships. For there is a piece about $12 million a year supports our campus budgets. So that is all part of the endowment. Now that line that says endowment, gifts, and returns, that's primarily market gains on that. Some years are much better than others, but again, we try to minimize volatility. Also, well, it's up to the committee chair. Happy to take questions during our time, or we can wait until the end. And as always, Lauren and I will all happily follow up with material if we haven't covered some of your questions during our hour together this morning.
Representative Murray.
Thank you. Just quick, since we're on this, with regards to the endowment, some of the organizations will use rolling quarters. So what is your roll, how do you, what goes into what determines the payout?
It's the average market or fair value over 12 rolling quarters. Get my notebook out in case there are questions I need to follow up with.
That's it
That's it. Whoa.
for now.
Okay. Wow, that's wow. Any others? So I have a couple of questions for you then.
Sure.
What has the increase been in administrative salaries over this time period?
Specific to administrative headcount,
Administration salaries.
I'll have to, can I get that? for
Sure,
you?
of course.
I'll follow up.
Yeah, if you don't have it, I can't expect you to give it to me.
I'm just going to keep a list here, Representative, so we can follow up after the hearing.
And I think you gave the percentage, but I wasn't quick enough to get it down. But in any case, while student population has been declining, your employee compensation has been increasing.
Total employee compensation,
Yeah. Isn't that what you said right here?
That-
6%?
that I will say, what I would like to get for you is break it out by grants and non-grants, because as the grants, the research dollars have increased by 59%, some of that compensation will relate to
Okay.
researchers that were hired during that. So
Okay.
I will get for you by grant funded and non-grant funded, what's happened with the employee compensation.
Perfect. And then compensation per student is what I'm looking for.
Compensation for,
per student. In other words, account for the fact that your population of students has been declining. with
okay?
time. Representative Popovich.
And if I may just add a little to what Chairman Arf was asking when you talk about the compensation for the admins, it would be useful to have both the compensation and the head counts, just to
Sure.
put it in better context.
Sure.
And if there are admins specifically related to grants, like you were suggesting that you want to break it down between, feel free to break it down those ways. So, this way we won't have to ask for more details later.
For certain.
Thank you.
And then, well, you finished writing, go ahead. Are you done writing? Don't
I
wanna-
am.
Okay. Regarding the unique mention, so you said that was part of what built up your endowment. Is that accurate? Now, my understanding was that was what is intended to be used for scholarships.
And this goes back to my time even as state treasurer, even before I was state treasurer. So that program, the New Hampshire has a 529 plan through Fidelity. And the dollars that come to the state from that plan, for many, many years, let's say $100 would come in, it was much more than that, obviously. $70 of that, 70% of that, would go to every college and university, private and public, community college, all of our higher ed institutions. $70 would be distributed based on student count, New Hampshire student count, to build up an endowment. 30%, so $30, would go directly to the institutions for annual scholarships that would go right out the door. So, oh my word, it's probably been 25 years now that program has been in place. 2 years ago, I believe, we flipped it. So now 30% of the dollars that come in the door go to the endowments at all the schools, and 70% of the dollars go straight out to students. So there were two revenue streams. And so over time, for the university system, over those 25 years, that's built up to about $90 million in endowment, that's in that endowment that pays out 4.5% per year for the neediest New Hampshire students, and the eligibility criteria is established by the College Savings Commission. And that pays out, so it's going to be there in perpetuity, that will pay out for New Hampshire, needy New Hampshire students at all of the institutions, public and private, across the state.
Can I ask you a question, Mr. Landrigan? Regarding is this related to the Fidelity $15 million?
Certainly. So again, so I have some experience as state treasurer. I also currently sit on the College Savings Tuition Planning Committee. So about $15 million comes into the state. It might be actually a little more than that right now. Comes into the state from Fidelity, from it's billions of dollars in the 529 plan under the New Hampshire Unique Program. There's a fee that Fidelity pays to the state, say it's $15 million. Of that $15 million, right now, 30% goes to
So just to be clear, it's that pot of money that you're
Yes.
talking about with all the percentages.
100%, yes.
Okay, that's what I was
Yes.
trying to understand. Thank
Yes.
you. That makes sense to me. Back to your endowment payout. So 4.5% seems kind of low, especially given that you've had pretty substantial, I assume, like everybody else, growth in your underlying investments.
So our assumed rate of return over the long term is 6.5%. And so, but you think about an inflation component. So 4.5% is not unusual for an endowment payout over the long term, because some years we will achieve more than 6.5%. But in the years when it goes below that or goes in the red, it takes long time to make up a loss in the market. So that's why it's, yes, we could achieve 10% or 12%, but we don't calculate the payout based on 1 year's earnings. We smooth it to reduce volatility over the long term.
And do you have some statistics on similarly endowed schools regarding their payouts and that sort of thing?
I can absolutely get that for you.
I'll just get it straight from the horse's mouth here. She was just saying I can get it from the sources, but I'd rather get it from you.
Of course.
I'm sure she'll help me understand some of the sources. too. Thank you. Anybody else? Okay.
This is exactly why I wanted to bring it up, because I know it comes up often around endowment. So happy to answer any questions.
Super. Thank
Later.
you. Please continue. Thank you for your
On
indulgence.
slide 6, I just want to, this is an excerpt from the Business and Industry Association's, one of its policy priorities for 2025 is to explore incentives to keep New Hampshire students in New Hampshire. And as I mentioned, for the first time since 2013, our New Hampshire enrollment actually increased in the fall of 24. And at the same time, our surrounding states are dealing with the same thing we are in all across New England. There are our demographics. There are fewer young people in the pipeline. So they're doubling down, trying to keep their students and take our students at the same time with investment. And, we need to continue to attract, equip, and retain our students to drive the workforce of the future here in New Hampshire. And on slide 7, I want to get into this a little more. And I talked earlier about that's why I included slide 1 with section 1 of RSA 187A. It is a public mission, and we're committed to delivering on that public mission. As in this fast-paced, changing environment, in the future, we will need folks that have education at all levels: high school, certificate, associates, bachelor's, graduate. We will need people that have education at all different levels. And so it's the part, in my mind, it's the partnership that we need to foster across business, higher ed, government, K-12 to drive that. Honestly, that's one of the things I think about when we have fewer people in the pipeline, and we know that not just business and industry, all of our employers across the state, one of their biggest concerns is workforce. So when we think about what we look like 10 years, the state, our citizenry, 10 years from now, in my mind, we need to ensure we have that pipeline for workforce. According to the Department of Business and Economic Affairs, life sciences and advanced manufacturing are real growth areas, and the university system is very much plugged in to those sectors and others. And again, as indicative of the letters of support that we provided this morning. So, while we are facing some significant headwinds, and we need to continue to really reduce our cost structures, right now, the university system does have a strong balance sheet, and we want to make sure we keep it that way. And that's how we are able to make investments that will and deliver on our public mission that will benefit the state and workforce in the future. And I just want to give you a couple of examples, because we have been making those investments with significant support from the state, $35 million over a 6-year period in the capital budget. UNH, actually, I think the ribbon cutting is this summer, just completed a $95 million life sciences, Spalding life sciences building. It was a renovation of an old the old Spalding Life Sciences. With that $35 million, the university system invested another $60 million. That's to ensure that we can attract students, faculty, collaborate with business on innovative work in the life sciences field well into the future. At Plymouth, Hyde Hall, I think, will also be opening maybe in the fall. It's the Innovation and Entrepreneur Center business for the North Country. The state supported through capital support. I think we're up to maybe $5 million. University system invested another $22 million. And just recently, I don't know if folks are familiar with the Olson Advanced Manufacturing Center over at UNH. It's quite the place. Also at UNH, through NOAA, the National Oceanic Atmospheric Association, UNH does very cutting edge research with NOAA, and NOAA, through a grant with NOAA, there'll be a facility, a NOAA facility constructed at UNH, and our board just approved an additional $9 million investment. We have business partners co-located at the Olson Center. It's high base spaced, high advanced manufacturing, and we're going to construct the facility so that we can have more corporate partners, research, students are working with these corporate partners, high school, community college, university students, all working on advanced manufacturing, cutting edge, innovative advanced manufacturing, and that will also be located with that NOAA building on the UNH campus. These are examples of, we know it's important to our students, our faculty, and our state that we have a pipeline into those new and advancing technologies. We've already, on slide 9, we've already talked about our enrollment decline. Our enrollments declined 11% during that 5-year period from the income statement I walked you through earlier. I've already mentioned that will have real impacts on our future workforce needs. And we know, I think I already mentioned, for fiscal 26, we need to take $20 million out of our cost structure. So difficult decisions were being worked on right now. We frankly can't nibble around the edges anymore. We need to start making some decisions about what are we not going to do, and we're developing those plans right now. I just want to point out, we know we have to make those difficult decisions. We are and we will. We don't seek state support to avoid making those difficult decisions. And, which is why I'm not sitting here asking that we need flat funding. I well know from my former life as state treasurer, the state is facing some very, very difficult decisions. So anyway, I'll enough of that.
Representative Droy.
Can you give us some idea what you're thinking, what areas you're thinking about decreasing, knowing that you have the economic drivers that you need to have in place, but what areas are you thinking about cutting?
Thank you, Representative, for the question. I'd rather not get into any specifics right now. We are having conversations about academic program sharing across our institutions, so that if one institution is no longer going to offer a certain major or a certain course, that a student could take a class. Let's say they're a Plymouth student and Plymouth doesn't have that program anymore. They could take the class at UNH if that's where it were offered, or Keene, to really leverage online capabilities to do that. So it's possible to make some decisions around, well, we're not going to have this major or this program at this school anymore. We're going to have it here. We're going to focus on specialties. We're also, we're developing strategies with AI. How can we leverage AI to reduce more administrative work? So there are a lot of conversations happening. We need to think about, so we have short term, right? We have actions we need to take quickly. So our budgets, our board requires through our budget parameters that the university system have a 1% operating margin. So for those of you that have worked in business, you'll say, well, that's not very much, a 1% operating margin. Really what a 1% operating margin, in my mind, is a flat budget with a little bit of a contingency in it, right? It's just that, and our board has said, we need to get to a place where we're 2-3% operating margin because that's what we can use to then invest in things like the Olson Manufacturing Center and the Life Sciences Center. So right now, because of the headwinds, because we recognize that the state also has decisions to make, the 1% operating margin is where we are. But even to get there, with enrollment declining, we need to make changes. The other thing we're really drilling into is facilities, our footprint. With fewer students, we don't need the footprint that we'll need in the long term. That's a longer term play. We can't, it's February. We can't change on a dime and drive a big reduction in footprint by July. But how do we think about that? That comes back to academic programming. If academic programming is going to change, the footprint should change with it. So that's why we're selling buildings. We've demolished buildings. We're getting out of leased space. But we have to push on that even further.
Can you share with us, as far as the manufacturing component is happening, who's driving your life sciences? What manufacturer here in New Hampshire is actually coming to you and saying, I'm going to drop in a couple $1 million here, or $100 million? Who is that?
Well, we don't have any private dollars that have dropped in $100 million. We have a very strong partnership with Lonza, and they have provided some funding for equipment. We also, over at Keene, I don't know if you're aware, so I think there are 6 companies in the Monadnock region. Forgive me if I get the words mixed up. Diamond Turning Precision Optics. Believe it or not, the world leader in that equipment being produced in the Monadnock region. And Keene State has, through some federal support, has just opened the optics manufacturing lab. And some of the businesses in the Monadnock region have provided the equipment. And so now there will be a certificate, start with a certificate, and then grow to an undergraduate program as a pipeline from Keene State into that industry. Okay, slide 10. I tried to anticipate questions. Obviously, I didn't anticipate them all because I have some takeaways. But so recent and ongoing actions from Washington. I wanted to just touch on how we're monitoring those and what that's looking like. So DEI related, we are working, our general counsel is working closely with all of our campuses, right? There are executive orders relative to DEI initiatives, and there was also, I think it was on February 17th, it's being called a Dear Colleague letter that was issued by the U.S. Department of Education to all K-12 and higher ed. And so relative to DEI and hiring and promotions and admissions. I will tell you that the university system is compliant with law. Our general counsel's office is working with all of our campuses, going through websites, our programs, over 1,200 federal grants. We're going through the language. We need to, again, we are compliant with the law, and we want to make sure that we continue to be compliant with the law. And we are, the guidance comes out, and then there'll be court action, and so we're monitoring it. And I just want to make you aware of that. And then also with federal grants, as I said, we have $222 million in federal direct and indirect federal dollars coming in fiscal 24, and plus another 22 million in Pell. As of last Friday, we had received stop work orders on 4 federal grants, a total $700,000. And then after I finished this, I got a word that there was also a food safety award that won't be renewed, and the New Hampshire Department of Agriculture made us aware of that. There was also, so why should we care? If there are significant reductions in federal indirect cost or direct cost, that could definitely have an impact on the level of research that we're conducting. It could have an impact on jobs and innovation and all of that. So we're monitoring it. And again, we will do everything we need to do to ensure that we are compliant with law.
It's great to hear that. Could you, not necessarily right now, but could you provide specifics as to what you've actually done regarding the DEI with what your general counsel is working on? What has he actually accomplished?
Sure.
And a question I would have there is, have you simply renamed positions, done things of that nature, rather than dealing with the goal of what the administration has been requesting?
No, we haven't renamed anything. Let's go to slide 11. I wanted to take this head on because I know it's on people's minds, and I want to get any information for you that I don't or can't provide this morning, but I know this is top of mind, so I want to talk about DEI related and what that means. And I think it's important that the tricky part is defining what is DEI, because I'll tell you, across the university system, we spend about $3 million on what we call in our DEI offices or DEI related, but that includes services for student support services for students with disabilities, student support services for veterans. It includes required compliance for Title IX and ADA and employment law. So when I say $3 million, like what are we define? Like I need to parse out, how are we going to define what is DEI? So we don't have an office we're going to support services based on race. We don't have an office like that. It's an office that provides different supports to all kinds of different students. I will also say that all of these, any program that we have is available to all students, right? We don't have programs that only you can participate in this or only you can participate in that. We do, actually, even before the Supreme Court ruling, Student versus Harvard, I think, that banned race in admissions, New Hampshire's had a law on that for a long time. We don't base admissions on race. And even some of when I was reading the Dear Colleague letter that I referred to, and it said, institutions can't have different housing for different students or different graduation ceremonies. We've never done anything like that. We don't have separate housing or separate graduations ceremonies for different types of students. So I'll stop there and let you folks ask any questions.
Representative Joy?
Can you explain to me Nadine Petty's position? Because this, to me, looks like diversity, inclusion, and
So
equity.
So Nadine is her title is Chief Diversity Officer at UNH. But under her work portfolio, if you will, are all of these programs, the Civil Rights Office that investigates compliance with Title IX and ADA and employment law. Also under her are the services for, I just looked at this the other day, I think there are 5 employees for services for students with disabilities. We have American Sign Language interpreters. We have special needs counselors, right, for students with disabilities, as well as veterans. Now, there are also programs, there are student affinity groups that anyone can join, but there could be a student affinity group of different religions, a Hillel, or African Americans. Anyone can join those, but student, will have, there are affinity groups on campus. So her portfolio does include diversity programming, but it includes a lot more.
Representative Popovich?
Just to continue in the same line, thank you again. Underrepresented student populations, can you expand on that a little?
Certainly, those might include students of color, that could include LGBT students, any unrepresented group.
And just to follow up, right? At the end of the day, support is good, right? Once somebody's admitted, they gotta have the necessary tools to survive, and some of the groups may have different needs. First generation college goers may not have had the same family support and so on. So I get all that, right? Support for underrepresented student population is one thing. Are you saying that there is no impact on the odds of somebody being admitted to UNH because they belong to an underrepresented student population?
I would argue that we do not admit someone to UNH or Plymouth or Keene because they are a member of an unrepresented group.
Well, that's to say you're not admitting them solely because that I hear you. What weight would belonging to an underrepresented student population, what weight might that have in the admissions process?
Again, Representative, I would argue it has no weight. And I will also say, we are not Harvard. We accept, if you meet educational requirements, we have a seat for you. We have more capacity than we need right now. So it wouldn't matter what group you belong to. We would welcome you to join us at one of our institutions.
Another question that are unrelated to students, though. What about as it relates to your staffing?
That would be against the law. We don't hire our employees based on whether or not they're in an unrepresented group.
So I don't know who this Nadine person is. I'd rather use her last name. I'm guessing that's her first name. But does the chief diversity officer have any responsibility for employees, or is her responsibility strictly related to students? I assume it's her. Sorry if I'm wrong.
Well, no. Absolutely, there would be some employees because you could have accusations of bias, or you could have employees who have been harassed, or those types of investigations would be under her purview. I will also say that during hiring, we want to make sure that's not happening, that people aren't being hired solely because they belong to one group or another. So her office could get involved in that to ensure that we are compliant.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. You just happened to say solely because solely would be a heck of a high standard, right? But as I asked you earlier, solely is one thing, partly is another. So I hear the solely. Can you comment on any weight that belonging to, again, underrepresented employee populations may have in hiring decisions?
I don't believe that's the case, Representative, but I will go back and ask that question. I don't believe that's the case.
Thank you. And a different question, if I may, Mr. Chair. One of the practices that I read, and I will say that I'm not aware of whether this is the case with the UNH system or not, is that certain universities seem to consider that DEI was so important that any new employee had to agree with DEI principles to get hired and sign a statement or affirm a commitment to those standards. Could you comment on whether UNH has any such requirement where an employee has to agree to certain beliefs to get a job?
No, that is not the case. I will say so we just, in December, we went to a new HR finance system. Under the old system, UNH would have in the job posting that an applicant was to complete a diversity statement. That how do you embrace inclusion of all people, that type of thing. In the new system, that is no longer hardwired into it. That is no longer part of a job posting at UNH.
I appreciate the evolution into a better direction. So is it obviously being removed from the list of prerequisites is good? Is it something that still may get asked or talked about during interviews or in the process of hiring?
I don't believe so. I suppose if a hiring manager thought that was important, inclusion, that might be used.
And if that happens, is that documented that it was asked during the interviews?
Yes, I don't know that would be, yes.
I appreciate it. And look, I know that some of these questions may involve information you may not have at your fingertips. So I appreciate that you're giving me the best information you have right now. But please, if you come across in data later that indicate that some of this may be slightly different than what you can recall right now, please don't wait for further questions from us. Just let us know if you become aware of any changes on that
Absolutely.
area. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Representative Murray.
Thank you. Can we go back to some of the questions on enrollment? Can you had a small increase recently, but overall there's been the decline. Can you parse out the difference between undergraduate and graduate? With the numbers you're here, are they all undergraduate students? Because I'd be curious to see if there's an increase in graduate students who are coming.
Graduate has across the system has remained fairly flat. The reason being, Plymouth State used to have, so it's increased at UNH, but it's come down intentionally at Plymouth State. Plymouth State used to have quite a few graduate students, but it was not. I know our entire being isn't about making money, but it wasn't generating dollars for Plymouth. And so over time, Plymouth has reduced its graduate programs. So as a system, we've remained we have remained stable on the graduate side.
Representative Hagen Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for being here today and sharing some more information with us. I'm just a little bit concerned about the federal grants and the current, I guess you would call it executive order directives that the indirect grant dollars might be capped. For instance, I've had this conversation with private institution in my district about their concern. And they were able to calculate the type of funding that they might lose if the indirect cap were to go into place. I'm just wondering if USNH has also calculated the loss and if you can quantify that for us.
Sure. Now, I don't think this was an executive order. I believe it was a letter from the NIH.
I think you're right.
The
Thank you. It was
National
NIH
Institutes of-
issue.
yeah,
Thank
National
you.
Institutes of Health. And so we calculated on the NIH, it would be about $1 million loss. The university system doesn't have big dollars with the NIH like probably Dartmouth does. But of the amounts that we receive from the National Institute of NIH, it would be about $1 million of indirect cost that would come from, but it, might not stop at the NIH. So. Okay.
One moment, Representative Kelly.
Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. On slide 8, you talk about the relationship between UNH and NOAA. So I'm wondering if do you foresee any disruption in that relationship or harm being done from what's being done?
So, no. As of March 3rd, we have not received that there will be any significant pullback of NOAA dollars. And the university does have, it's another, UNH is one of the world leaders in ocean mapping, working with NOAA. But no, we aren't aware at this time of any significant downturn with NOAA. My last,
You're good. Go ahead. Thank you.
my
Sorry.
last slide is slide 12. Again, I mentioned earlier, higher ed is changing. It's a tough business here in New England, but the mission is second to none. It's important that we partner to deliver on the future needs of our state's workforce and our state's economy and our quality of life. There will be there are and will be more difficult decisions in the future. And again, we respectfully request that the governor's recommended funding level of that 8% reduction be held for the university system and that it not be reduced any further. And just we provided some appendix slides, and those we already provide. Those were from the orientation. The committee had asked for follow-up at the orientation. We sent that material to Mickey right after the meeting, but I thought I'd include those here for your information. And we'll also provide this electronically to Mickey so that you have it. You don't have to have a hard copy.
Thank you. Representative Murray, hold on.
Yeah, just one more thing. The 95 million for 2025, the anticipated is, how close to that is that real? I know we're still in the middle. I know it's anticipated. But my question is, there's just about 3.5 million difference between that and the request for this year. I would go on the record to say that I would love to see us come up with a 95 million that you are anticipating in 2025. Just my view on the support for the university system.
In 2025?
Yeah, the anticipated is that the right?
Oh,
Isn't that this year?
Yes, I haven't heard it's being reduced for 2025.
Yeah, so that 20 fiscal 25, 95 million, that's what's currently budgeted, already appropriated.
Right.
I haven't heard that's being reduced.
No, but it's not. No. But I would like to see the next biennium support that amount to continue. Huh?
26, 27.
Yes, I would like to see
Well,
26.
we would very much.
I'm sure you
very
would.
much like to see the flat funding, but again, we also acknowledge that, you know, I understand the lay of the land, but
Yeah.
that would be terrific.
That's, I'm just want to, for the record, put that out there, that I would like to see the flat funding continue.
Thank you.
Representative Popovich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While we are in the for the record territory, a couple of topics I wanted to briefly address. Not as much questions, but thoughts I'd like to share with you to understand at least where I'm coming from, right? I appreciate the effort to keep tuition flat. We've been doing that for a long time. Problem is that if you keep it flat forever, it gets closer and closer to free every year. I mean, technically, this $100 we make every year used to be 6 months of wages. And now it's 27 cents a day. Of course, we're talking a couple of, a few more years than we kept tuition flat. But the point is, I understand that we needed to do that for a while to become more competitive with other states. I just want to state on the record that this type of policy cannot be sustained permanently, and there are reasons why we are looking to adjust it and whatnot in reasonable ways and keeping an eye to all those factors. So again, in the for the record territory. The other for the record comment is in regards to your endowment. I completely agree that you need to have the discipline to continue to grow it. I would just suggest that you keep in mind that we should continuously re-examine the expected growth rates versus the amount of money we are planning to, draw out of the endowment, because we need to balance the focus on growth with the need to serve our current students. There are other colleges, privates, that have gone on a rather ridiculous path where they accumulated in their endowments more money than they need to pay for the tuition of every student that will ever attend the college, and they keep asking for more endowments. I'm not saying you are planning to go in that direction. I'm just saying that we really need to find that middle ground between those two, and I would really appreciate it if you guys continued looking at it without us needing to remind you and prod you about it. I know that you do, but it's important, again, for certain things to be said on the record as far as I'm concerned. And I'm done in slightly less than probably the forecasted time. So thank you.
Other questions? So a couple more, probably you get back to us kind of things. How much state support from our capital budget has the university received over the past 5 years on an annual basis? And how about state contracts over that same period of time? And I'm looking at the budget document here, the one-page thing. Is it possible to get something that's kind of in between this and our state budget in terms of detail, something a little more detailed than this, but doesn't have to be quite what the governor provided? And ideally as an actual spreadsheet, I mean, a spreadsheet document, not as something that looks like a spreadsheet, would be great. Go ahead.
So more detail than we provided, not as much detail as,
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm leaving to your judgment, but something maybe by department, but something between what this is and what the state provides. Now, granted, the state is very detailed, so I'm not looking for that,
right.
but something that maybe gives me a better idea of what's going on inside the institution, as opposed to, this is kind of like a balance sheet for a top line
Yes,
corporation kind of thing.
If you go to slide 15,
I am on slide 15.
okay, so you'd like to see by department at each institution?
I will give you the flexibility to decide how you want to do it.
Okay,
Okay. But clearly you are, as a former treasurer, former everything you've done, you're well aware of ranges of detail that could be provided in a budget, and
Yes.
maybe somewhere between.
certainly, absolutely.
Other questions? No? We're good?
At the risk of eating into my
Oh,
friend
we'll
and
let her,
colleague's
we'll let her
time,
go along too.
I usually like to recap, so I'm not missing anything
Great.
that the committee has asked for. So we are going to get administrative salaries over that that 5-year change, 19 to 24, we're going to break it out by grant versus non-grant and per student, and as compensation as well as headcount. Okay. We're also going to provide benchmark of a endowment payout rates with peer institutions. I'm going to check with general counsel on what's actually been done related to the work that they are doing with our campuses on grants and websites and programs. I'm going to confirm that we're not hiring employees based on what group they belong to, whether partially or solely. Okay, hang on. I got the flat tuition, endowment payout we talked about. State support from on the capital side over why don't we go 6 years, because that's the biennial, that'll be 3 biennium.
More the merrier.
State contracts and more detailed budget.
Any other items that she missed? Sounded pretty thorough to me. Great. Thank you both very much.
Okay,
Appreciate
thank
it.
you, thank you.
And with that, I think I am supposed to close the hearing at 11:04 a.m. and open the hearing for CCSNH and invite the folks from CCSNH up. He didn't post it. Okay. No, that's fine. I just want to make sure I didn't miss something. Thank Whenever you're ready, please introduce yourselves and go forward.
Good morning. Mark Rubenstein, Chancellor of the Community College System. My colleague.
Shannon Reed, Director of Government Affairs and Communications.
You should be able to pull that towards yourself. A lot of wire hanging out this side.
Is this better? Sorry.
There you go.
Shannon Reed, Director of Government Affairs and Communications for the Community College System.
Good morning. We appreciate the committee's time this morning. We were here within the last few weeks and focused a lot of that conversation on mission, the core work that we do in serving students from our early college and workforce programs to our degree and certificate programs. We're here today primarily to talk about finance, and we'll touch on anything else that the committee would like to hear about. So move relatively quickly through the deck. If you wouldn't mind, on slide 3, Governor Ayotte, frankly, was very kind to us in the budget, particularly in the context that we know other state agencies, other entities faced in the midst of fiscal challenges for the state. But I did want to start out just by addressing something that I think has been at least a little bit misunderstood, at least by some in the media. In comparing the current biennium 24-25 with the governor's proposal for 26-27, on paper, it looks like a significant increase. To be honest, we'd be grateful to have just held even. But one of the things that's important to note about the current biennium that we're in is that Governor Sununu put significant funding in House Bill 2 that isn't necessarily apples to apples. When you account for funding for workforce, early college, and for a promise program, that's a total of about $10 million that showed up in House Bill 2 in the last biennium that's now built fully into Governor Ayotte's proposed House Bill 1 budget. So it's still about $1.5 million net favorable. And again, in the challenging financial circumstances the state has, we're grateful, but I did want to address what I think is at least some confusion that some in the media have discerned in looking at the governor's budget. One of the best things about having good colleagues is that you've got a coach and an angel on your shoulder remind you what you should do while you're here. I'll note that a couple of layers of detail in Governor Sununu's budget. One thing that did find its way into House Bill 1 was $1.25 million each year to support tuition assistance for students pursuing early childhood education. The argument at the time that we made was that there are a number of grant programs to support early childhood education students, but they were a patchwork and they left a lot of gaps. And in discussing this with our faculty who teach in those programs, what they said is when those grants don't cover something, students typically step back. Compensation in that field is not great, and so for students to incur the expense or the debt that comes with borrowing for that was a barrier. Governor Sununu was kind enough to put that in, and when we spoke with Governor Ayotte earlier, what we had said is that if our budget could be held flat, we would anticipate that we would treat that same $1.25 million a year to be available for early childhood education. We continue to think that that's a worthwhile investment for the state. A couple of the other pieces.
Can I just to clarify something? So are you suggesting that the governor's budget is flat with your current budget? And I'm just looking at the top line numbers here. That's why I'm asking that question.
Net of things that were either in House Bill 1 or 2, I think we're about 1.5 million up over the biennium.
Maybe I misunderstand your spreadsheet here, but it looks like you're including all of HB2 and HB1 and everything. Am I misreading?
Right. What I'm saying is that in Governor Sununu's budget, much of this was in House Bill 2. In Governor Ayotte's proposed budget, it's all in House Bill 1. So when you look at just House Bill 1 across the two biennia, you end up with what looks like a significant difference of about $10 million. Most of that is moving things that had been in House Bill 2 into House Bill 1.
Okay, so maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're displaying here. So we're on slide 3, correct?
Correct.
And across the top, you see numbers like 66 million, 63 million for the current biennium, and then 69 and 70. And then down below, under the 24 actual, 25 adjusted authorized, you see the things I think you're referring to that are in HB2. Are those not included in your sums at the top? Is that what you're telling me?
No, what I'm saying, in the current biennium, those were not.
I'm
If
asking.
I could explain maybe a slightly different way, in the two left-hand columns, the blue shaded columns, FY24 and FY25, there's a House Bill 1 number, which is the top line number. And to that was added the amounts that are kind of below where it says House Bill 2 included in basically the third row. So if you took all those and added them into the top line number, they would be closer to what you see as the top line number in FY26 and 27.
So the HB2 numbers, even though they're displayed here at the bottom, you did not include them in the top line number. Okay.
My apologies. One more good reason to have a teammate with you.
Yeah.
So, just moving on then, if there were no additional questions, just to note that on slide 4, both the early college proposal and the math learning communities are actually subjects of separate legislation that's currently before the House. On slide 5, House Bill 25, at this point, we have $700,000 in the governor's budget specifically for being able to relocate a welding program currently from a facility that we're leasing in Rochester to the Great Bay Community College's permanent location at Pease. We had requested about $17 million for a range of things, critical maintenance, energy systems, IT, and other program-specific renovations.
The
reason-
first thing you mentioned doesn't seem to appear here. You mentioned something in HB1 in the governor's budget, $700,000 for something?
That's we included slide 5, which is about House Bill 25, which I know isn't specifically the purview of this committee.
Yep.
But the point is to say that in House Bill 25, we currently have an appropriation of $700,000 for the welding purpose that the chancellor described,
Which is not here, correct?
which is not here because it wasn't actually one of our original requests. It's something that came up kind of later in the process. But none of the capital funds that we had actually requested back last fall when this process starts were funded in House Bill 25. So the point of that is that we will need to find a way to support our IT infrastructure upgrade needs, our critical maintenance, capital maintenance, and whatever other capital work we need to do. We'll need to find ways to do that without using capital funds. So this is going to be a draw in one way or another on our operating budget for the next biennium.
So requested 17 million, didn't receive it,
Did not receive any of that 17
but
million.
received $700,000 for unrelated
Yes.
items.
And
Thank you.
you may know the capital budget timetable starts quite early, well in advance of the budget year. So the welding issue is something that came up after we had developed and submitted our capital budget request. We brought it forward in the governor's phase, and it was something that the governor decided to include in the capital budget, but nothing else that we requested had been included in the governor's capital budget.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just move to slide 7, and just briefly, as I said, we're primarily here to talk about finance, but does not hurt to share a reminder of what our focus is. These are credentials for the last 5 years and still work in progress for the current year. Shows a high concentration of our programs in healthcare in particular, as well as transfer-focused programs in liberal arts, sciences, and business, and then a range of other programs supporting manufacturing, construction, and so forth. So just wanted to highlight the landscape there. This does not include our apprenticeships, nor does it include our boot camps, many of which have a particular focus in advanced and precision manufacturing. So turning to slide 8 and finances, this is general fund appropriation, House Bill 1, essentially over the last 3 biennia, including the one we're currently in. And as I've said before, grateful for what has been growth and support from the state on behalf of our students. You'll note in particular that the last biennium significant uptick from 22-23 into 24-25, specifically the request that we had made to help us keep tuition flat for students. The state has been an extraordinary partner for the community college system for more than a decade and has allowed us to keep tuition virtually flat through that entire time. We are still among the most expensive community college systems in the country, but we haven't lost ground. And in fact, over time, as the federal government has invested more in Pell Grants, a student who is now fully Pell eligible can cover the cost of the community college system with that grant, something that wasn't true a decade ago when that student would have still needed to find $2,000 a year to pay for 30 credits. So we're grateful for that. As you shift to the next slide, slide 9.
Before you leave that,
Yes,
can you
sir.
just tell us what restricted ECE is, the orange bars?
That's the early childhood education, that 1 1/4 off the top.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So as I shift to slide 9, which shows the pattern of tuition fees, the first thing you'll notice from 20 to 21 is that sharp downturn. Through the pandemic, community colleges across the country in the 2 years where the pandemic was most evident had about an 18% drop in enrollment. Our students who are often, again, our demographic, typically working adults, parents who suddenly became the homeschool Zoom parent in the home classroom, all of those reasons, our enrollment fell during that time, so tuition revenue fell. Over time, what you'll see, what might look like relatively flat tuition, please keep in mind that this is also a product of the state having made an investment to allow us to keep tuition flat so that even as enrollment was growing, it was being absorbed, no additional cost to students. In the last 2 years, we've seen 3% and 4% year-over-year growth. It's not necessarily reflected in the tuition, but it is an illustration of the way supply and demand is supposed to work. By keeping costs more affordable for students, it's allowed more students to progress. And the 25 figure is still preliminary. We expect that there'll be more growth, again, reflecting year over year increase in enrollment, but at a rate that has been kept flat. So slide 10, just some illustrations of the key elements of non-tuition revenue. You'll notice in particular the gray bars, non-credit activity. This is an area where Governor Sununu made an investment, where Governor Ayotte has proposed to make an investment. What you'll see is we're starting to see the return on that investment, notably in the current year. These are non-credit training programs in healthcare, in manufacturing, in areas where seed money made available from the state for those programs has allowed us to deliver them. And somewhat entrepreneurial, asking each of the campuses to figure out what the needs were in their region and then to deliver programs tailored to employers in those areas. Slide 11, personnel expenses.
Slow down. What happened to grants?
So the anomaly that you're seeing is 21 and 22.
Sure is.
Pandemic era, significant infusions of federal money specifically responding to the pandemic for lost revenue, I believe. I'll turn to COO Fields. So those funds were available for those 2 years to offset the lost revenue and then have dissipated.
No, I understand what they are, but it looks like they more than offset your lost revenue.
That they did.
There's some
Well,
banner years there.
it's lost tuition, but it's also lost auxiliary revenue. So it was a formula calculated to account for what we actually lost.
We also were able to use this federal funding to invest in technology that we needed to deliver more of our instruction online, given the pandemic. And so much of our instruction is very difficult to deliver online. As you can imagine, it's hands-on, it's laboratory-based. So we received funding that enabled us to account for some lost revenue, but also to invest in enhanced online learning technology. That still serves us today, as we still have a significant part of our enrollment accessing us online.
Representative Popovich?
Just to add a little bit of color to this discussion, the ARPA, whatever other federal acronym you want to call them by, the funds were meant to be a replacement for lost revenue, but the entities receiving it were only required to match that to revenue losses above a certain level of funding. Any entity that receives funds under that deadline just took the money and was told, it doesn't matter if we gave you more than what you lost, it is what it is, we are not required to account for it, you can just keep the whole thing. So I'm assuming that in the case of CCSNH, they got more in ARPA than the lost revenue, but they had the ability to keep that funds. And again, as you were saying, they used them to fund certain longer term liabilities they were concerned about, all of which would be squarely within the scope of the ARPA funds. And frankly, I would rather see you guys use that, unexpected fortune to deal with long-term concerns rather than blow it on operational expenses and then not have that. So I appreciate that, but I did want to provide that color because not everybody in the room may, have the background, and it should be on the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
And could you also explain other operating costs? And you don't have any projections here for 26 and 27.
Under operating revenue or expense?
Are we still on slide 10? Or did I get onto the wrong slide? Non-tuition revenue? And the yellow bar is other operating?
To clarify, so
It's not a trick question.
sorry about that. Scott Fields, Chief Operating Officer for the system. When you had just said other operating, you said expense, and I think that's where the
Oh, my bad.
confusion came from. So this is other
apologize.
operating revenue.
Other operating, that's exactly, I apologize. Wrong
Okay.
word. on my
No, that's
part.
okay. So I'm sorry, what was the question?
What is it?
It includes a number of different things. If you think of bookstore commissions, revenue, things of that nature. So it's a lot of smaller buckets that are put into one for the sake of the chart for clarity.
So it did great in 24. What happened in 25?
In
And do you expect it to go back up in 26 and 27? I don't see any numbers here, any projections for the coming biennium.
So we're in the middle of our budget creation process for 26 and 27, so we don't have forecasts yet for the upcoming biennium. That said, if we look at, there was a significant increase in unrealized gains in 24 that go into this number as well as part of our,
As in stock market type gains, you mean? or-
we have funds that are invested to offset operating costs as well as look at long-term liabilities.
Okay, that's great. So you say you're in the middle of your budgeting? Correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Which is what we were talking about though, isn't it?
Yes.
So you must have some revenue projections, or you must be able to provide those to us?
So
in
we're
coming-
working with the colleges as they develop their enrollment projections for the 26-27 biennium. So as they go through that process, we look at non-credit revenue, we look at other operating income like interest revenue from our investments. Pulling that all together, we're actually working towards getting data together to bring to our board in April.
Okay, thank you. Representative Popovich?
While you are here, thank you. I did want to come back to one of my favorite topics, which is that I really appreciate getting the, numbers going from one year to the other. But it would be nice when we are provided with those variations, if without having to ask next time, we'd get a basic variance analysis, just color commentary on exactly what you were asked about. Hey, how come that the other operating went from 3 to 5 and then now to 4? Right. I mean, this type of stuff, honestly, I know that this may not have been the way things were done in the past, but it seems like a very basic type of document to have that would be appreciated going forward. And trust me, I'm asking this of everyone. It's not you. The other thing too, and I'm trying to understand, right, because what the Chairman Earth was saying earlier, I'm trying to understand the timing of your forecasts, right? Because I don't know how I budget if I don't have a revenue budget versus the, expenditures budget, right? So we're trying to finalize all the state side of the budgets in what, a month plus? It seems to be difficult to do that without having any inkling of what the forecast may be for your, operating years. I understand that forecasts get refined with new data all the time, but you should be able to provide some sort of whatever internal forecast you have, even understanding it may not be as great as you may have it. So we'd appreciate it if you'd look into just giving us some insight into how you see that going with the information you have right now, because at the end of the day, we have one more month, something to finalize this for us. So we cannot wait for it to be perfect.
No, understood. And I think part of, as we're going through our process internally with some of the variability from what the state may come back with, that means a lot to us. We're more than 50% of our gross revenue comes from the state. That, a small peel back could mean a significant operational change for some of our colleges. So I think we were waiting for some of that to come through as we then finalized it. If that's something were to change.
No,
with
it's just, now I'm confused. I was talking about the forecast on revenues, not about the budget, the costs.
We
Sure,
we will be back with what you requested. We'll bring you preliminary forecasts.
It would be much appreciated. Again, understanding they're not fully finalized and all forecasts are subject to being an educated guess and all that fun stuff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, proceed.
Okay. So on slide 11, personnel expenses, the notable piece of analysis here that's perhaps helpful, this includes grant-funded positions, and although our grant portfolio is somewhat smaller than the university systems by an order of magnitude, in 2015 we had 2 grant-funded positions. In 2022 it was 16. It's currently 41. So we've had a significant growth in grant-funded positions, primarily supporting our apprenticeship New Hampshire work through the U.S. Department of Labor. That, in fact, probably pushes up the personnel lines that otherwise would be down over a period of time.
It might be nice if you could actually break those out then.
We will bring that. Slide 12, facilities expense, just illustration of what we've been investing in annually for maintenance and transfers of equipment over 5,000. Our board over the last few years has expressed an interest in seeing each of the colleges and the system begin to elevate the pace at which we're investing in that. Simultaneously, as you heard from my counterpart, Chancellor Provencher, we've been evaluating our footprint, trying to figure out what physical infrastructure we actually need for the future versus things that we've had for years that may no longer serve the same purpose. And then slide
One moment, Representative Murray.
I'm sorry, what's the transfers of equipment?
So transfers of equipment is if they come in
for equipment.
Yeah, for equipment. As they come in over a certain dollar amount that they're then transferred, it's our internal language, sorry. It's then transferred into capital asset areas within our budget. So it's things that could, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I still don't know what that means.
Oh, equipment could be
Sorry.
anything from an air handler unit, HVAC, it could be facilities equipment to a front end loader, things of that nature. So it could be, it's all encompassing of what could be purchased. I'm not doing a good job of
No.
explaining.
So it's transferring an
Funds.
additional cost of you bought something that cost more, and so you have to transfer money in order to pay for that thing?
The,
Do you know?
It's differentiating small purchases from larger purchases. Something above $5,000 we categorize differently just for budgeting purposes.
and then gets capitalized over time.
So it's the way they account for it.
Yes.
When they're buying small stuff, they can expense it. When they're buying big stuff, they've got to capitalize it or amortize it in the case of software.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Glad I could offer some help, not only questions.
And then slide 13, just a categorization of major operating expenses other than personnel and facilities over time. As you can see, there's a large bucket that's described as other operating expense. So going back to a previous slide and the question that came, fortunately, COO Fields was wise enough to anticipate the question and has described what mostly is comprised in that bucket.
So it is a pretty big bucket. But there's no sub buckets in there that are also substantially, well, I mean, the other ones, like for instance, your financial expenses, a relatively small bucket. Are there a bunch of financial expense type things in the big bucket that could be broken out, or is it really just a bunch of random things?
So again, the second bullet on the slide says that roughly 50% is attributable to consumable lab supplies, office supplies, and minor equipment. And so yes, to answer your question, there are sub buckets within the other expense category. If you were to break them all out, they would look much smaller.
Like much smaller than financial?
They'd probably be about the same size. And so in respect to the landscape of the sheet, I put them all together to just make it easier. I can certainly provide that information broken out if the committee would like.
No, that's,
Spreadsheet would be amazing.
oh, there you go. I guess the answer is yes.
And that is the overview.
Questions from the committee? Is that a no, or is that you want it? Okay. Representative Murray.
Yeah, thank you. Just you touched on this before, but it's an area where it pulls at my heart a little bit here. I really support, the training for early childhood education as well as the training for nursing. I get stuck when salaries are still not, they're not paid. They go through all this, and I really appreciate that they can do this without going into debt. But then they go out into the world and they're not earning a livable wage. And I know there's really nothing you can do about that except advocate for it. But it's a frustration for me to train people to do something, and then we have a culture, a society that doesn't value it enough to give them a livable wage. So just my crank for the day.
You always need at least one. Other Reps and Pack and Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This might actually be for Mickey. I'm looking at the HB2 dual and concurrent enrollment program, section 13 of HB2 on page 46. I remember our last discussion was that if HB 193 had passed, that we could possibly take this out of HB2, even though there is no fiscal impact. And I know it did pass the House, I believe, with amendment on February 13th. I'm just wondering, does the House position, is that enough for us to take it out, or does it stay? How does that work?
So that we had talked about this before with a couple other provisions, that it's been the prerogative of finance to pass a piece of legislation as part of House Bill 2, even though there is a separate bill. In the case of this one, you can ask the the community college system what their thoughts are on that bill surviving on its own. My sense is you probably could take it out of House Bill 2 since there is another piece of legislation in the process, and since that does not have a direct impact to the amount they're appropriating, but I'll defer to them.
I think as long as that language makes it over the finish line one way or another, we're okay with it happening either way.
Representative Murray.
It did pass, I think, overwhelmingly, didn't it? So I think the only concern is if the Senate might do something, and should we hang on to it until we know what the Senate does?
I mean, based on my experience going through this process, there's a lot that happens between now and the end of committee of conference. So I think keeping the language alive, maybe in a couple places, is not a bad idea.
Other questions? No? Oh, well, thank you very much.
Appreciate the committee's time and realize you have hard choices and decisions to make, but are grateful for whatever level of support you can sustain for us. So thank you.
We appreciate your time very much as well. Thank you. And with that, I'll close the hearing on, the hearing is the wrong word, the time with CCS&H at 11:35. And then, do we need anything else to, any other committee conversations before we all depart for a wonderful lunch? Okay. So I will,
Like, with a private word, I have two questions.
sure, okay. I will close the hearing, Finance Division 2 at, what time I just said, 11:35. So it being 1:15, we'll open the Finance Division 2 meeting with the Fish and Game folks. Please come on up. And before we get started, I'm going to ask Mr. Landrigan to explain a note he sent us regarding the Fish and Game Fund surplus statement.
So the document that I just want to just make everyone aware of, I had provided to the committee on the 19th. It's just the Fish and Game Fund. It's a surplus statement document. It's kind of a snapshot in time, basically your starting point. So presented in the shaded columns is the governor's recommended budget. And then in the unshaded columns would be kind of where we are with Division 2 as you start your work. Most everything is the same here. Your starting point is the governor's recommended budget, of course. The only differences I'll point out is on line 3. In fiscal year 25, the House Ways and Means revenue estimates were $200,000 more than the governor's. So it's 13.9 instead of 13.7 million. And then the other key difference is if you go down to line 10, there's a $397,000 warrant, a transfer from surplus that Fish and Game initiated, that fiscal approved, that occurred presumably in the time between the governor putting its budget together until now. So we just accounted for that. Everything else is the same. So if you follow a beginning balance of 13.2 million, which is an unaudited number at the end of fiscal 24, the ACFR's late, we've talked about that. Carrying the estimated revenues as well as what is in the budget for Fish and Game forward, all the way till the end of 27, you see after the gap adjustment, at the end of the year, there's about $1.4 million remaining. So the balance goes from about 13.2 to just over $1 million.
So regarding that transfer, that was a transfer from general funds into the Fish and Game?
No, from Fish and Game surplus to spend.
Oh, that's how they operate. They have to actually.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so that they are bound, Fish and Game is bound to what is appropriated in the budget in House Bill 1 every year of what they can spend, but there is a mechanism for them to come to fiscal to draw from their Fish and Game surplus to be able to spend it, and that's what that item was.
So in a budget where they're spending from the surplus, what does this get transferred in to start?
So you're actually appropriating. So if you look at line 7, that's their appropriations, right?
From surplus? From revenue they
From
have not yet?
just their unrestricted these are just unrestricted Fish and Game Fund appropriations. So this is their authorization to spend. So line 7 indicates what they're authorized to spend. The revenue is calculated or is captured up top in line 3. If they want to spend something, so let's look at line 7, for instance. If you look at fiscal 26, the governor's recommended budget is 19.5 million. If they need to spend more than that, they would have to draw from surplus, from their undesignated surplus, increasing that 19.5 to some other number, whatever they ask to spend.
And so did fiscal grant the 397,000?
Yes, that was approved by fiscal. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. I'd like you to introduce yourselves as well. But also, as I'm not sure if Mr. Linder explained to you or not, but if you could go pretty quick, you have a great slide deck, which is fantastic, but we're hoping to actually go through the line by line of your budget. So if you could maybe give us a fairly rapid overview of your slide deck, and then we could start going through the actual budget, if that would be possible. And please introduce yourselves and go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon, and thank you for having us, Chairman and committee members. My name's Stephanie Simic. I'll brag a little. I am proud director of New Hampshire Fish and Game. I have with me Kathy Labonte, who is our Chief of Business Operations and our Chief Fiscal Officer. The slide deck that you see before you, last time we met, the committee had quite a few variety questions for us. A few of which we answered right away with a few items, but some of them we brought forward in this slide deck today. So the presentation today will address some of those questions initially and also some of the other current topics. With that being said, and the understanding that we want to get through this so we can go line by line through the budget, we'll get started. We'll start off with the mission statement of the agency. Our agency is the guardian of New Hampshire's fish, wildlife, and marine resources. We work in partnership with the public to conserve, manage, and protect these resources and their habitats across the state. We work with partners to inform and educate New Hampshire residents and visitors about the resources, and we provide the public with opportunities to use and appreciate those resources. But what does that really all mean? I just wanted to share with you a little bit about what we really do. We average over 180 permanent employees at any one time. We have approximately 40 conservation officers enforcing fish and game laws across the state. 38 of them are in the field, 4 of them are administrative positions. We work with an 11-member commission, Fish and Game Commission. We've been in existence, as I bragged last time, for 160 years. We also manage 124 wildlife management areas to conserve wildlife and their habitat. We own over 60,000 acres of land. We have 160 buildings that we have to maintain, including our headquarters and our 4 regional offices and 6 fish hatcheries. We're comprised of 7 different divisions. And we also do boat access sites, which we have 130 of those. We have 130 dams and 7 fish ladders that we manage and oversee. You know, if you weren't aware, we have over 500 different wildlife species in the state, so it's quite a task to manage those. Our non-game program alone manages over 400 species, and 169 of those are designated as species of greatest concern in our state. Our outreach and education team, they host over 180 students at the Berry Conservation Camp. We have our coming up soon, the Discover a Wild New Hampshire Day, which is in April. We host over 8,000 people at that event. We have 160,000 followers on all of our social media accounts. So we're out there trying to reach all kinds of folks and working in 28 different types of habitats in the Granite State and supporting the Granite State natural resources as best as we can. So I hope that gives you a little bit better picture of what it means to conserve and inform and provide public opportunities. You did ask us, I'm going to go to the next page, which is the agency submission and the governor's budget. You did ask us to address those points. You will see the most probably prominent things in the governor's budget that affect us are the most programs and positions did remain the same throughout the budget and our request. However, one program, the environmental review program, is proposed to be moved to Department of Environmental Services in the trailer bill. Another thing you might see is that the conservation law enforcement program, our general funds that we requested were not allotted or not appropriate in that trailer bill, and it affects our conservation law enforcement program. You'll also see that we're estimated to utilize lapses in our unrestricted fish and game fund, anticipated by the governor's office to make up the differences and close the gap. What that will do, obviously, is give us close to the bottom line at the end of the biennium. But it is important to note that, you know, throughout this process, the agency, though I wasn't here when we first built our first budget, we set forth to meet the governor's office requests of the general funds and reducing those. We did that initially, and then, of course, we have these additional changes or alterations that will affect us moving forward. When I arrived, I did see that we had some prioritized needs that may not have been included. I felt like those were the IT issues, the retirement issue, the environmental review program itself, and the employee statewide raises, all of which were being addressed in various other components, either in an HB2 or through some proposed legislation. Of course, all of those things are in flux at this point. Things are changing quickly and daily. But those are the primary differences, I think, if you want to compare our proposed budget to the proposed trailer bill. That's what we see as significant points to discuss. At this point, because we'll be getting into our revenues, restricted and unrestricted, I'd like to turn it over to Kathy because she's definitely knows more about this stuff than I do, and she's been here and she has the history to provide the background if you have questions.
Okay, you don't need to provide quite so much detail so we can get through this. Otherwise, we're going to be here longer than we anticipated in order to go through the line by line stuff.
Okay. Hi. So there are two different revenues in the Fish and Game Fund. There are unrestricted revenues and restricted. And restricted are just that. They are for specific programs and purposes. And when we talk about what is in the dedicated funds, which is restricted revenues, and how we can utilize those, in statute, they are very specific for the income and expenditures of those revenues. Unrestricted revenues pay for all other components of the department that do not have a restricted component. The unrestricted revenues are where we have the problem. Restricted revenues remain healthy. So I wanted to go over some discussion points from our meeting on February 3rd that we had with you. Many of you had questions, although you just said time is of the essence. So I will not go into the detail of what I have on the slides, but you did ask what are our pots of unrestricted revenues and what makes that up. We have 13 individual categories of revenues that make up the unrestricted Fish and Game Fund. And there's a little description right next to that title that I won't go over unless you have questions after, okay? What are our dedicated funds? We have 16 dedicated accounts within our operating budget. The table is on the next slide. In addition, we also have the lifetime license account, which is held at Treasury. When someone purchases a lifetime license, those funds go into the lifetime license account, which is held at Treasury. And through statute, we receive a portion of that. It's 9% of the principal balance on an annual basis. That account right now has slightly over $3 million in it. So the next page is a listing of all of our 16 dedicated accounts, including the accounting unit, the description, the RSA, the balance forward into the current fiscal year, which is the unobligated cash in that account, the balance forward for encumbrances, the total of which is at the final column of the total balance forward of 9.3 million. Now, even though it looks as though there could be some significant balances in these accounts, that's just what's unobligated on paper. The program staff who manage these accounts have priority listings of projects and contracts that are all in-house being reviewed and will be obligated at some point in the future. The other question you asked is, where is New Hampshire in compared to other states in license fees? So that chart, actually, these figures are from 2025, and I have highlighted New Hampshire in yellow, which indicates the number of the 6 New England states of where we rank as far as what our license fees are. I will keep moving. What have the license revenue trends look like for the past few years? This is a chart for our license revenue from fiscal year 2016 to 24. And as you can see, there's a bump in 2020 and 2021. That is due to COVID when we bumped right up. We skewed right up and made a nice little hill. We are leveling out at this point in time. I do not see a downward trend at any point in the future, but we definitely are leveling out. The next slide is what has been the history of general funds into Fish and Game. We received our first transfer from the general fund in 2014. From 14 through 17, they were actual transfers in HB2 directly into the Fish and Game Fund. They were not part of our budget. From fiscal year 18 through the current fiscal year 25, They are actual revenues within the Conservation Law Enforcement Accounting Unit 7887. And that was a decision that came to between the then Director Glenn Normando and the then Governor Maggie Hassan to make the general funds coming into the Fish and Game Department more transparent. And what more transparent do we have than law enforcement? You see law enforcement all over the place. They do so much for residents of the state of New Hampshire. So does all of the other Fish and Game staff, but law enforcement are the ones that are more noticed out there. So it was determined that that is where those funds would be. And the way that those funds work is we have always been provided an appropriation of revenue within that accounting unit 7887. And the methodology is a transfer is made on a quarterly basis based on actual expenditures incurred. So even though there could be a lump sum budgeted for that budget, that fiscal year budget, we never actually received 100% of those revenues because it was based on expenditures only. And as you can see by this chart, fiscal years 26 and 27 have zeroed out because those general funds were taken out in the governor's budget. The other question we were asked was illustrate the impact of the pay raises. Since fiscal year 2022, we have had a 35.88% increase in salary and benefit classes. And it is important to note that we have two divisions, the hatcheries and law enforcement, that have a very large appropriation for overtime and holiday pay. So it's not just class 10 full-time permanent positions. It also, the pay raise affects overtime and holiday pay, and of course the associated benefits with that. The next slide is 17 years of the Fish and Game Fund, the balance, from 2008 all the way to 2024. And as you can see, we hit a low in fiscal year 2015 of $1.5 million in the Fish and Game Fund. And it was certainly known prior to that, about a year or so prior to that, because our first infusion of general funds was fiscal year 2014, that there was a significant problem at the Fish and Game Department, and we could no longer just rely on unrestricted Fish and Game funds to support ourselves, with the expenses going up exponentially. The use of Fish and Game funds by fiscal year, I think, is a nice snapshot, going all the way back to 2011, all the way to our current biennial budget submission of 2027. In the second column is our unrestricted revenue, of course, all the way through fiscal year 24 is actual unrestricted revenue, as well as Fish and Game funded expenses, actual Fish and Game fund expenses. 25, 26, and 27 are budgeted only, and those figures are the governor's budget, of course. In the variance column, you can see the significant difference in 25, 26, and 27 of how that looks. We're budgeting 14 million in revenue, yet we're expending 20 million in expenses for both of those years. Without taking into account the lapses that the governor has balanced our budget on, using the governor's numbers without any infusion of general funds for 26 or 27 would leave the Fish and Game Fund at a negative $2.5 million at the end of the biennium. Which we know we're going to have lapses. That's not a question. We have always been told you cannot budget on lapses, so we never have budgeted on lapses. It's an exercise on paper when you do that. It's not realistic. The other information that was asked for, not at our last meeting, but up front by the LBA, was about personnel. We have 193 authorized full-time employees, one of them unclassified. We have 5 currently unfunded in this biennial budget, and they remain unfunded in the 26 and 27 budget, and I have a list of them right there for you. Our current vacant positions, we have 18 of those. all are critical to the successful operation of the department. 2 have a start date of this Friday. 1 has an active offer, should be offer, not office of employment. I'm sorry, that's my typo. 2 positions are currently in the interview process, including one from my division. 4 positions are currently being recruited. 6 overall of these positions are law enforcement, and 1 is a division chief. In the final slide is a list of all of those positions with the position number, the division, the title and description of that position, the accounting unit where it is housed, the type of funding, federal, other, or fish and game funds, and the date since it's been vacant. So that, in a nutshell, is our slideshow, which thank you for the kudos that it's good.
Thank you very much. It's excellent.
You're welcome.
A question regarding unrestricted funds. So what license fees make up our unrestricted, basically?
What license fees?
Well, what goes into the unrestricted funds?
Well, there were the 13 pots of funds.
Most of them appear to be restricted.
No,
No?
no. If, on slide number 1, 2, 3, 4, slide number 4, what are our pots of unrestricted revenues?
Are those the unrestricted? Okay. So those,
So licenses, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Licenses are only about 35% of our total unrestricted. They make up only about 35% of that total money.
okay. And what's the other 65%?
But it varies across all of these pots.
All of these
It'd be
pots.
like 9% is for miscellaneous income. I think OHRV and marine unfunded road tolls are about 7%.
It's about $1.5 million per year between those two. The federal grant recoveries, which is the indirect charge on federal grants, that is $900 to $1 million per year. That goes into the unrestricted fish and game fund.
I think I asked the question backwards.
Okay,
So for
sorry.
instance, fishing licenses, where does that come in? Hunting licenses,
What pot is it in?
are they unrestricted, restricted?
Well, they are unrestricted, with the exception of when you buy, as an example, when you purchase a
lifetime.
when you purchase a resident fishing license for the year, your fishing license is $44. In addition to that, you pay a $1 fisheries habitat fee. That fisheries habitat fee is restricted. It goes into the fisheries habitat account. $44 stays in the unrestricted pot of licensing.
And as a general, if it can be generalized, if not be specific, when was the last time the unrestricted component of license fees was increased?
2018, we had a increase of $10 per type. That was not across the board license fee increase. It was $10, I believe, on a hunting and $10 on a fishing, as well as non-residents.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions as far as we've gotten? All right. Why don't we move to the budget? And you can, which I guess starts on page, so now we're on, just for the people that are watching at home, this is page 734 of the governor's physical budget, the PDF, if you will.
Mr. Chair, it actually starts at the end of 733. Is the fishing game
Oh, you're
budget.
right. My bad. It
you're
does.
good.
I've got a big X on the top of that page, but yes, it does start at the very, very bottom of page 733. Thank you. So, you just want to go forward from there and,
Whatever you would like for me to do. I've never done it in this manner. Usually it's a question answer type thing, but
I get it. But if you could walk us through it.
certainly,
Yeah.
certainly. Do you want me to go through each accounting unit or?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. So the first accounting unit is called non-game support, and this is actually a general funded accounting unit of $100,000. And this is the match that goes into the non-game dedicated account per RSA 212:6, I believe it is.
So this is basically in law that it
It
has
is
to,
in law.
that it has
Yes,
to come out of general funds
correct.
for this.
Correct, and it is part of our operating budget. I actually have to do a payment voucher for this and then work with Treasury to receive that $100,000 back into our account.
Is it for general, is it for your general use or is it for specific use on your side?
It is specifically for non-game,
Non-game, okay.
yeah, and that's the RSA.
Go ahead.
Just a quick example of what's non-game.
The non-game program,
It varies. It could be Carner blue butterflies. It could be, salamanders, a variety of species that are not hunted species. Typically, it's species that aren't hunted, and then it also includes our threatened and endangered species as well, but not all non-game species are threatened and endangered.
Wildlines,
Yes.
yes. The non-game program relies heavily upon donations. And we have to prove that we have raised that amount in donations in order to be able to apply for that $100,000 of general funds. Should I go on? Okay. So the next several accounting units are all within the office of the director. We have 7888, which is the expenses for our Fish and Game Commission, the 11 members. We reimburse them mileage and we pay for their lunch for their monthly commission meetings. The next accounting unit is 1171, Office of Director. This is where the director and her staff up there in the director's suite.
One moment, Representative Popovich.
Sorry.
If I may, I know that the amounts are really small, but for the commission, there seems to be quite a big drop for 25 and back to even higher in 26, 27. I know it's not a huge amount, but how come we saved so much money in 25?
So for fiscal year '24, I actually had to go to fiscal committee to increase their mileage budget. They are entitled per RSA to receive mileage reimbursement for the mileage that is incurred for them to travel to Fish and Game business, okay? So I had to go to fiscal committee and increase that budget for '24. So '25's budget of only $12,000 is actually the budget that passed, and we are almost there for spending. So the director will make the decision whether we go back to fiscal and request more additional funds or if we do something else. So we upped it to $20,000 for in-state travel reimbursement for the upcoming biennial budget so that we did not fall short. You're welcome. So the next accounting unit is Office of the Director, where we have our Class 10 personnel that work directly under the director. This is HR, the Federal Grant Coordinator, Legislation and Rules, her administrative assistant, as well as her salaries in Class 11, and any other associated expenditures with the Office of the Director. The next one down is our gifts and donations account, and at the last meeting, there was a couple of questions about gifts and donations and how we receive them. We all set there?
One more question.
That is one of our dedicated
No,
accounts.
I know, I just kind of missed the window on the Office of the Director, right? We have an increase of about 100,000. If I recall correctly, we were talking, was that an additional employee that got reassigned there, or is this an increase in the expenditures on the same number of employees?
We have the same number of employees, so it's increasing expenditures on the same number of employees.
Yeah, because it looks like an almost 10% increase in the cost. That sounds like a lot of an increase for a year over year.
So what you see in fiscal year '24 is critical because it's actual expenditures.
Right. So we are dealing with a whole, we may have, okay.
Right.
So I think we've covered part of that the last time, but if you can really quickly go through it again.
Fiscal year 24 is actual expenditures based on actual cost. Fiscal year 25 is budgeted. So quite often when you submit a budget and you have people in their pots of where they are, right? Like we have people in the office of director. When you have internal movement, a person can move from one position to another. That isn't reflected in a budget if you're in the middle of a biennium. So that person could be earning additional money. We have to do salary and benefit adjustments at the end of the year to increase costs to be so that we're not in a deficit. Did I totally confuse you now?
No, but you reminded me of what we talked last time, so I'm good for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And are we good with gifts and donations? Okay,
Representative Murray?
Looks like there was a significant gift in, or acquisition in 2024, and it's zeroed out. Are there any anticipations of additional land acquisitions? You can just say no, it's fine.
not that would go in the gifts and donations account. That was a rather unusual
Right.
opportunity that someone who bordered property that we were acquiring wanted to make a donation to the department as match for those federal funds so that we could purchase that land. So the best place to put that in transparency was the gifts and donations account.
It's definitely a unique approach to trying to, acquire a land in a different manner, and it was a way to work this legally. It's not something we commonly do. I'm not saying we wouldn't do it again if the opportunity arose.
If people want to donate, we're open to it. Landowner Relations Program, unfortunately, this is one of the Class 10 permanent full-time positions that is unfunded and remains unfunded. So right now, we just have some current expense and some landowner relations initiative cost in there, which is mostly mailing cost. $2162 is our transfers to OIT. As you can see, that is a very large amount. 1.2 million and 1.3 million respectively for 26 and 27.
Representative Weiler?
So last time we met in the previous budget, we were told there was a problem in out-of-state OHRV because we were harder to get permission than the other states, and they were working on a computer system so they could go online. Has that been finished finally?
Well, that has absolutely nothing to do with transfers to DOIT. DOIT is not involved in that at all.
They're not creating that system?
No, they are not. DOIT does not do anything like that for agencies. So we have contracted with our online vendor that currently sells our online licenses. And in law, that has to be up and ready and running by September of this year, and we are on track to do that. Okay?
So what's the other OIT money going out for?
It's all of our network connections, it's computers for our staff, it's maintaining the software that we have, updates to our technology systems, and to be honest with you, we could use more. I'll just say it up front.
Licenses, all of the
It's
licenses
managing,
that we
yep,
have to buy.
It's all the software licenses we have to pay for, and
We receive an invoice from DOIT on a monthly basis, and we pay that invoice based on their cost. Some of those costs are direct cost for direct personnel that are embedded at Fish and Game, as well as direct cost of purchasing computers and licenses for us. And then a good part of that invoice is for what is called shared cost, which all other state agencies share in that cost.
yeah, it's a variety of things. Software, cybersecurity, all of this is part of that.
Representative Popovich?
Thank you. Since you are getting detailed invoices, was there any point in time where you guys looked to see if some of those services, if you are allowed to look at other entities who may provide them, you may find better deals than you have from OIT?
We're not allowed to do that.
Okay, so not even as a hypothetical to help you decide.
Nope, we're not allowed to do that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, that's DOIT. 2114 is actually Wildlife Legacy Initiative. This is one of the 16 dedicated accounts, and this is a $10 donation that someone can make at any time, either online or in our front office. And that $10 goes into this account called the Wildlife Legacy Initiative. And those funds are used to pay for 2 accounting units up, 2128, the Landowner Relations Program. Now, in statute, the executive director can determine where those funds can be used. And I believe the statute indicates for an annual basis, if I'm not mistaken. Those funds have always, as long as I've been at Fish and Game, been earmarked towards the Landowner Relations Program. So that accounting unit 2128 does not cost the Fish and Game Fund anything. It is totally self-supporting by this Wildlife Legacy Initiative. As you can see, there's only a class 29 that's used as a transfer to pay 2128, accounting unit 2128 for all expenses incurred. And then the final accounting unit within the Office of the Director is 8049, the Wildlife Heritage Foundation. They are our nonprofit partner that receives donations, and they raise money on behalf of the department, and program staff or department staff can put in a grant application for certain projects, for certain, we have had everything from nets, predator nets at our hatcheries, to a trailer for the wildlife division, or it goes across the board. 2 ongoing projects under the Wildlife Heritage Foundation are our canines, our police dogs, as well as the Berry Conservation Camp. So that wraps up the first activity of our budget, the Office of the Director. And seeing no questions, I'll move on. Am I okay? Then we get into administrative support, which is my division, the business division. The first accounting unit actually is the publication specialty account, and that is the account that we use to purchase merchandise. And the revenues from the sale of that merchandise go right back into that account. And then we have accounting unit 2110, business management, which is me and several of my staff. We have some big ticket items in this accounting unit I'd like to bring your attention to. The first one of which is indirect cost for DAS for about $275,000 each year. That is for overhead cost in the statewide cost allocation plan to the Department of Administrative Services for the work that they do on behalf of non-general funded state agencies. We then have debt service, which is a line item within this accounting unit to pay for past capital budget appropriations. And Treasury automatically sweeps that class line for debt repayments. Then the next really big one that you might notice is retirement benefits, health insurance for our retirees. About $1 million each year. Very significant. Fish and Game, as a self-funded agency, is responsible for paying the retirees' health benefit cost to our people who have retired.
Representative Popovich?
Thank you. I appreciate you highlighting the line. it seems to have grown from 775 to 1125. I mean, from 24 to 27, that is a steep hill. Could you help us understand why is it such a steep growth? Because this is not inflation.
I wish I could, but I have no control over this dollar number. We are provided figures by the Department of Administrative Services Risk and Benefits section that they estimate, I assume, based on the current retirees that we have and the cost of health insurance as it may be in these future years. So those three numbers that I provided to you, the SWICAP, the debt service, and the retirees' health insurance, those figures are provided to us by other state agencies. We have no control over what we plug in. It's the same with DOIT.
The DOIT, I wish, it's a different discussion, agreed. But look, I mean, at the end of the day, we have control over what goes into debt service because you got to ask for those things to be capitalized and then you know what
Yes,
you are going to pay
absolutely.
for.
But we
So
wanna
you don't
make-
control what's this year, but
We want to make sure that, yes, we have control up front, but we want to make sure we have enough to cover that debt service in
and again,
future
with
budgets.
the indirect costs that you are bringing up, you know, that's the DS and whatnot. I understand that you have less control over that. I know that you may not be able to change the amounts that you owe for the benefits, but I would appreciate a bit more background into, again, at least a breakdown of why they're expected to grow so steeply. Is it a higher number of retirees? Is it way more on health insurance? Are the pension benefits contributions that are required are higher? So I hear you when you tell me that you don't control what you owe on this, but understanding why you owe more, I think we would benefit from understanding, right? Whether again it's higher number of retirees, higher pensions, you know, higher pension contributions, and we can get into a whole sidebar on our funding for the state pension plans and all that I try to avoid desperately here in the interest of time. So just in terms of understanding what drives these increases, right? Even though you have to maybe go ask the retirement system or whatnot, why in God's name are you giving me this very high estimates?
So I would have to ask.
Yeah, of course.
And I, in asking in the past, it is a combination of the age group at your agency and the anticipated retirement. We have a lot of gray hairs at our agency.
Oh no, trust me, I've done actuarial studies around that before, and I
it's-
understand the mechanics of it, but some details on what drives this. Because look, what we need to understand is with an actuarial study, you'd get more than two years projection, right? So they'd be able to tell us whether this will snowball really hard or this is just a temporary spike or what is the trajectory that we expect. Because again, when we budget, we don't just look at the next budget cycle. And that's what I'm trying to get to, that even if we don't necessarily control it, we should be at least able to see it a bit further down the road and understand what's going on and what the drivers are behind it. We may not be able to change what drives it, but at least get what's going on.
Okay.
That's what I would
100%
appreciate.
agree with you, sir. Thank you very much for asking that question. Because to be honest with you, as I walked in this door and I'm hearing 20-year, 25-year, 32-year, and I'm realizing, wow, half of this staff is going to be gone before I even get my feet under me. And it was actually one of the questions I had immediately. Is like, I need to get an assessment of what we look like going forward. Honestly, I haven't had the time to do it yet, but it is on my list as far as
appreciate it.
figuring out what
Yeah.
we need going
Thank you.
forward. Thank you.
When she first came on board, I told her my retirement date was March 1st of 26. So a year from now. But
Way to be specific, yeah.
I'm trying to convince them differently.
I have pushed that out a little bit. So, but I'm one of those gray hairs. So, all right, moving down. Unless there are further questions for Accounting Unit 2110. All set? Accounting Unit 2111, OHRV registration. This is where the cost for the registration program is within the business division. We have increased that significantly for the next biennium. This account is funded fully by OHRV revenues. The online program that's due to be taking place this fall in September is going to cost the department a significant amount of money. It's much more costly to run an online program in this manner than it will be to leave it the way it is. So
Hold on just one second right there. So this is the online registration for snowmobiles and all is now running?
well, no, it'll be in effect September. So that's why this budget has increased
Perfect.
to account for that.
And where's the increase?
The increase is in class 20, current expenses.
Thank you. Oh, that is awesome. No, I like the fact that it's going to be online starting in September 1st, you said, right?
In September, where,
It's in September.
You want to commit to September 1st, okay? Okay, that's fair.
thank you.
Anticipate a bigger increase in income as well, right?
No, we do not. We're going to lose income by running this program. Because it's going to cost the department. We have to, for the OHRV program, we have to transfer 70 to 72% of registration funds to DNCR. We keep the remainder. With that remainder, we have to run this OHRV registration program within the business division. We have to run OHRV education and law enforcement, as well as OHRV enforcement and law enforcement. And we're going to be retaining less funds because of running the program. Not retaining from the sale, but running the program will have less funds.
Determine the percentage.
The legislature.
Why does it cost more to run the program?
Because it costs more to run an online program than it does to run a person-to-person manual program.
We're anticipating more people. That was the selling point of why we should do it online.
Well, it wasn't our selling point, sir.
It
was
was.
probably no, it was not our selling point.
Well, so I will, if I may, I think that what we're going to see is a transfer of people who usually buy in person are going to then buy online. And from my understanding in talking with everyone about this program, we're not anticipating a huge increase in new snowmobile purchasers, but rather a transition of the way that people are acquiring their license.
Yeah, so
okay.
here's what we were
I'm
told
sorry.
in fiscal, just so we're clear. People are not, out-of-state people are not coming to New Hampshire because they can't go online and get their registration. They're instead going to Vermont and Maine. And now we're hearing that that's not what we're going to expect?
Sir, I would tell you again, that argument did not come from our department.
Most certainly did. It came from right at the very top. That's who comes to fiscal.
So at this point, neither of us were there.
No, I know.
I hope that is, I hope
Fair enough.
that is correct. I hope that what you were told 2 years ago is correct, because that would be very optimistic for us. You know, all I can say is we know the upfront cost is going to be costly for us in managing it. My hope is that we can promote it. We're going to work with the Tourism Bureau to help promote this idea and hope that we can increase the user groups.
So a couple of points there. You said the upfront costs. I completely understand that. Are you suggesting that that's why we're taking a hit this year, but the ongoing the operating costs will not be significant? Or are you suggesting
The
that-
ongoing costs will be significant, as we may or may not, we're not sure yet, we may or may not have to hire a person for customer service, because people who purchase things online typically have a lot of trouble doing so. We answer a lot of customer service calls now with our licensing program online. The phones are ringing constantly. So once this program is online, we are anticipating many, many, many calls all day.
So which of your licensing programs is already online that you're having these problems
To
with?
purchase a hunting or fishing
Hunting or
license.
fishing.
And you have more people to support that program than to support not having that program. In other words, to take the phone, to answer the phone to get the license, which I assume is the old way of doing it, or the other way of doing it.
No, the other way of doing it was a manual form.
The mail, by mail, basically.
No, they went into a license agent and purchased a license on what was called a multi-form. And then
And gave the form to a. So what happened with the form?
on a monthly basis, they were sent into the New Hampshire Fish and Game Department.
So they wouldn't even get their license until the.
No, they had a license. They got their license when they purchased their license at an agent. They still do that, sir. They still do that, only it's an online platform now rather than a piece of paper.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think that the slight disconnect here is that whether you fill a paper form or where you go online, some people may need their hand held. I think what the department is trying to say is that they didn't have to do it because whoever was selling the licenses was doing the hand holding. Well, in this case, the hand holding would become a department's problem. Again, that's my understanding of what you're saying. I haven't yet
You are
bought one,
correct.
so I cannot claim any expertise whatsoever on the topic. I was looking classes up this morning, so sooner or later I will be a customer, but just to, clarify a little.
Okay, so if we're not gaining anything from out-of-state people, as we're led to believe we're going to, and it's been 2018 was the last time that we raised our fees by $10
You're combining two different things. 2018 was the last time we raised fees for licenses. We were talking OHRV registrations. So I'm a little confused.
What, okay, I guess I should have given the difference between, and OHRV, I assume includes snowmobiles, or is the snowmobiles a separate thing?
Yes, it does.
That doesn't.
Okay. Then when's the last time you raised OHRV/snowmobile license fees?
Oh, they have gone up recently. Actually, there was just a 2 or 3 year increase where they increased a little bit in each year.
Okay.
The agent fee went from $3 to $4 to $5.
Can I assume the agent fee is gone when you're doing online purchases?
No, it is not.
Who's the agent?
The agent is our online vendor, and that is how they earn money for providing the online platform for us to be able to sell online.
So you're not using our department, our IT department to do the whole
No,
online?
absolutely not,
Why is that?
because they could not do it.
Were we told that, Ken? Yeah, right.
I don't remember hearing all that. I expected the IT was doing it. When I heard about it 2 years ago, it was anticipated, the OIT would be doing it. We wondered why it took so long, and we were told 18 months at the time. And, I never remember hearing about DNCR getting fees. Was that customary before we put it online?
The NCR gets a very large piece of all OHRV registrations.
What do they do for it?
It's partially the trail maintenance work. They administer grants out to snowmobile clubs for helping with the trail
Yes,
right.
yes.
So for somebody like me who's a beginner, can you break down the OHRV fee?
Can I break it down for you?
Yeah, you said a bunch of it goes to the agent. Could just give me the actual breakdown of what goes, what is the total, what's the registration fee, and how's it broken down?
The registration fee, we have at least a dozen to
Yeah,
15 different types.
I understand. Pick one.
Okay,
Pick a common one.
I'm sorry, but I cannot do that.
Yeah, I don't have the details.
I've seen a few come in.
The fee itself is like $34. We receive about $10 out of that. Yeah, I will be happy to provide you with more detail on that. I don't have
It
with
depends
me.
upon the registration itself. If you belong to a club, it's
It's a different
$30 less than if you don't belong to a club.
Right.
Your antique is a different price than your non-antique.
There's all these nuances associated
Yes,
with it.
and it's all in statute.
Okay.
There's a big change from you and I heard 2 years ago.
Yeah.
more licenses available, more people would be coming across our state, snowmobile, other states, and it'd be a big increase. You know, I was just wondering why it took so long to get this. We told they were urging it for years, finally we get it. More traffic, more license fees. So we heard 2 years ago.
Well, we're certainly going to try.
Well, hang on. So, but this could be good news. So basically, you're saying no out-of-staters are coming to buy these things. So it would really not hurt.
We did not say that.
Well, I do want to clarify it. I'm not saying that we don't have out-of-state snowmobilers coming, okay? What we were saying is we're not anticipating an increase in that.
Right.
So I just want to be clear on that. We do have out-of-state folks coming to New Hampshire to enjoy what we have to offer here. But we're not anticipating a huge influx that's going to all of a sudden generate this great revenue that's, you know, going to offset all this. I'm hoping that that is the case. That would be wonderful to bring more people here and,
Okay.
and
Go
cover the
ahead,
costs.
go ahead.
Thank you. Can I just clarify, because all of a sudden it seems a little bit clouded, the difference between registration and license? When they're registering their snowmobile, someone from New York coming here, they get a registration, they have to register their snowmobile in New Hampshire, or can they use their registered snowmobile from New York? Or if they come over here, is there a license or a fee that they have to pay in order to use their snowmobile in New Hampshire?
That is a
So I'm a little
registration.
confused about registration versus license.
A license is for hunting and fishing. A registration is for OHRV and ATV vehicles.
So it acts as a
It
license.
acts as a license,
but it
so it's
is a
not, they're not
registration-
registering their vehicle here,
Not-
they're registering it in New York, but the registration is their usage fee here, so.
Yes,
yeah.
exactly. You're welcome.
Okay. So I'm going to ask the question a different way. It sounds like a fishing game gets, just some numbers you've added up so far, less than 50% of the registration fee across the board. And I don't care about exact numbers, but my point is this. Why don't we just double and triple the portion of that goes to fish and game to get a new total? So if it was $34 and you got 10, now it'd be, you know, $44 or $54 of which you'd get 20 or 30.
Go ahead.
Again, that would have to be done through legislation.
Oh, I understand how it has to be done. I'm
Okay.
asking you what the impact would be.
So the impact of that would not have any effect at all on where our problem is. Our problem is with the unrestricted fish and game fund. The OHRV program is dedicated. It is part of the 16 dedicated accounts that we have in the department, and those funds can only be used for OHRV activities.
It's like a game we're playing here. Okay, fair enough.
Okay.
I'm learning as we go. This is great. So I guess I should have asked about the fishing license and hunting license. Are those unrestricted? What goes into the unrestricted funds? Just give me a big one. Not all of them. Fishing licenses?
$44 from a resident fishing license goes into the unrestricted fund.
Okay, now
Yes.
that $44 of how much is the whole license fee?
47.
Oh, so in that case, you get more than the OHRV case?
Absolutely.
But the fishing license is also purchased online? Can be?
Yes, it is.
So why is it so costly to get an OHRV registration online versus getting a fishing license online?
Our fishing and hunting license online platform was developed many years ago, and we paid for it back then.
It's already paid.
It's already bought and paid for.
Hang on, but you're back to that whole upfront fee. I get that whole thing, but then I asked you if the ongoing cost was then lower, and you said no.
Not to administer it here in the department. No, it is not going to be lower.
Where is the fishing license administered?
It's in the department. So
You
we
see where
can-
I'm leading up to here?
Yeah, I think we're going.
I think we're
this is
getting very
go
off track.
around a
No, we're
carousel.
not at all. I
So
think we're
wanna-
running into a serious problem with the way things are being run.
Well, so to back up, so I think the key is we have many dedicated funds that, and we have some unrestricted, right? The unrestricted is where we have the issue, right? The concern that I have, or the thoughts that I have had about these funds, is I'm wondering if there isn't an avenue to look at these restricted funds differently. Is there a way to say maybe there's a cap on the amount of money, and at a certain point in each restricted fund, there's an ability to draw down an X percentage or the remainder to the unrestricted fund? That's one avenue to think about.
Okay, hang on. And I totally agree with that. And in fact, I've already thought that I'm just going to unrestrict these things. Okay. So I'm on board with that. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But even separate from that, the question I'm trying to understand, whether they're restricted or unrestricted, it sounds like what you're telling me is that in the case of fishing licenses, for example, you do them online and you capture most of that funding to whether it's an unrestricted or restricted fund. Fishing Game captures most of that funding. Whereas in the case of the OHRV, even though it may be going into a restricted place, you capture less than a third of that funding. And yet they're both basically online platforms. They should be identical in terms of their operations. I understand there could be an upfront cost, although first of all, I don't understand why the fishing and hunting license part is managed by Fish and Game, if I understand that correctly.
No, it's managed by our online vendor as well.
Same vendor or different vendor?
Yes, same vendor. We're going through the same vendor. It's going to run on the same type of platform.
Okay, that's good news. So can we expect then that in the future, they would not be getting such a high percentage of the total fee?
So our online vendor, sir, is not getting a percentage of the fee. The majority of OHRV registration funds is transferred to DNCR,
Which is what?
Department of Resources and Natural Development. It used to be Department of Natural and Cultural Resources, for their grant and aid program, as well as for them to run a Trails Bureau.
So just to summarize, I understand this correctly. There is a significant difference in the way the legislature defined the use of the revenues that you are getting, in the sense that, the hunting, fishing, you get to keep most of it, while for the OHRVs, they designated that a big chunk of what you guys get moves into this other, entity who then starts dispensing various grants to maintain trails and whatnot, right?
Correct.
What I would appreciate understanding is what is the fee structure through the same vendor for a hunting fishing license versus a OHRV? Because if I recall correctly, they get what, $1, $2, $3 per hunting fishing license, and I think you said about $5 for an OHRV. Can you help me,
I will.
please?
Currently in law, you are exactly right. It is $1 per license type is retained by the agent. So for our licensing platform, our online vendor is an agent, and they retain $1 per license type sold. They also retain a $2 transaction fee. That is what funds them. Other than upfront cost of when the program was developed, we do not have any ongoing cost with our online vendor. That is how they earn their money. For the OHRV registration program, in statute, the agent fee is $5 per registration. So if you register a sled to go up north, you pay that agent at the store or at Fish and Game $5.
Can you explain why there's a difference there?
That is how the law is written. There's lobbyists who come in and
It's statutory
it didn't
fees.
come from Fish and Game. It's statutory.
Okay, so what impact would it have if we change that to $1? Or to the same, it's the same person, it's the same organization, correct?
Well, if you'd let me finish with Representative Popovici's question. When we bring this online in September, part of our contract is to retain at the department $4 of that transaction fee, so that our online vendor is going to continue with just the $1 fee, just like they have now with licenses. And that's going to allow us to help offset the cost of running the program internally. So we've actually become more efficient. We found a way to earn some money.
So if I may, so basically that means that once we get out of the one-time costs,
Yes.
if you guys can get by without hiring a new person to support this, this may benefit the department overall, because you would now get, in the past, you got your $5 when somebody registered directly with you guys, but that didn't happen a lot.
Correct.
Most people just go wherever in the field they are.
Correct.
Now, all online transactions, you get to keep 4 out of $5, which hopefully, would be a net benefit compared with how it was in the past. And that's assuming the same level of registrations, nothing changing. Even though I will agree that I have also been told, while I was not on fiscal, but I remember being told that, yeah, this is going to be a boost in out-of-state registrations and all that. Be that as it may. Whatever was said was said. You guys were not necessarily saying that. It is understood. So even at a flat, no change in the registrations, this should still, once we go past the initial stuff, upfront expenses, this should benefit the department financially, even if we don't get new registrations, unless you guys have to hire more people to help out, going above and beyond what you're getting. I'm just trying to understand financially, whether this is a good program to continue or not. Because frankly, if you're telling me it's just money down the drain, it's not that hard to cut it.
So for the upcoming biennial budget, we increased Class 20 specifically to cover postage and shipping of the decals that we're going to have to send out to the people who purchase online, right?
Yeah.
People who are driving up Route 93 on a Friday from out of state, and they go and purchase a registration online, they're still going to have to wait for that decal. So we have to do the fulfillment at the agency. It's very different than a paper hunting or fishing license that you go online, you buy your license, you print off a piece of paper. That's your license.
I hear you, but if I may, I just want to make sure, since I've never had an ATV or a snowmobile, and nor am I planning to get one at my age. You are saying that if I drive in with a snowmobile and I want to use it in New Hampshire, now I got to wait for the decal? You cannot get the decal when you pay at an agent?
You can if you paid an agent,
Oh,
absolutely.
yeah, at an agent. I'm not talking online. Online is
Absolutely.
online. Supposedly you knew 3 weeks ahead of time you're going to go to New Hampshire, you do it, you wait for the mail, it comes in. But if I would go
Ideally,
to an
that's how it
agent, I
works.
can pick up my decal on the spot because they have the decal is there. Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
That
Yes.
makes much more sense than what I thought I was hearing. Thank you for confirming. I'm good.
Well, it doesn't make sense to me. No reason you couldn't print out a license.
You can print out a license, you can't print out a decal with, it's a sticker.
It attaches to the.
It attaches to the
unit.
machine.
Yeah, it attaches to the unit. And to say, it will cause additional law enforcement concerns to say, because everybody can easily say, oh, well, I had it on there, but I must have
Yeah.
lost it in the field.
Or
blah,
it's
blah,
in the
blah.
mail.
Yep.
Yeah.
Is it possible that if they have their receipt, they could go to an agent once they get here and just get their sticker? Is that possible?
At this point, it is not. That is
No.
one avenue that we are considering.
Might help, huh?
Right.
Inventory is sent out specifically to each agent, and the inventory, of course, has to be accounted for. So agents have a predetermined inventory that they are responsible for.
Yeah, go ahead, Representative.
Thank you. Was there a misunderstanding around this program did you expect the large chunk of money was going to go to resources as opposed to staying in Fish and Game? And I realize, I guess resources uses it for its programs, but was there a little disconnect between where the larger chunk of money was going to go?
No, it's always been this way as long as I've been with Fish and
With
Game.
OHRV and-
Transfers have gone over to DNCR of around 70 to 72% of revenue.
even though you're doing pretty much
Even
the work
though
there?
we do the registration program, yes.
What RSA is that?
We can look in our,
Oh, okay, you don't have to look it up right now. Just get it to me after the fact, it's fine.
well,
It's on here.
it's
It's
listed
on
in
here.
our dedicated accounts. The RSA. OHRV is RSA 215A:23.
Just a fair warning to the committee. That's one of the hardest RSAs to read and follow when,
Yeah.
when you get to it.
But,
Yep.
but it's easy to repeal.
It could be easy to repeal, yes, but you'll see it's a very complex funding stream that comes in and how it's directed. And like the department was saying, there's many different types of registrations. And when you get to that RSA, and then there's a snowmobile one too,
Yes.
it's quite complex.
So I would like to get from you, not right now, but for all of these different fees, licenses, whatever other synonyms you have for those kinds of things, what the fees are and what the breakdown is of funding to the agent, funding to whatever, funding to Fish and Game. Because I think,
Specifically for OHRV?
no.
No, for everything,
Oh,
for all components.
Oh, okay, that's,
I know, that's a partial list probably, but
no, that's unrestricted.
yeah,
Revenue.
I want restricted as well. I want to know, so I understand that what you've been telling us is that you're short funds. Am I not hearing that correctly?
We are short unrestricted Fish and Game funds. Yes, we are.
Okay, so I would like to try to help to alleviate that problem, but not doing it through general funds. I'd rather do it through usage fees, which seems to be the way to go, in my opinion.
Agreed.
And without an understanding, which clearly I do not have, I'll admit it. And you can laugh at me, it's fine. I'm on board with that. But without that as a place to begin, it's going to be difficult to figure out how to work through it. But I'd like to get input from you all on the best way to increase fees, to increase your unrestricted funds to fund Fish and Game. Yes, sir, Representative.
And just
Well, hold
to,
on. Did you have your-
yes, oh, and just to tag along, right? I mean, I've been here last year and I cannot claim, I can say that I have a general understanding, but if you'd start quizzing me on the various fees and various breakdowns, I would be lost within 15 seconds. So I think when you do a budget like this, and it's such a complicated environment that you guys work in, well, if we don't understand how it works, how in God's name are we going to fix it correctly? So I know it's going to be quite a bit of work to get that breakdown on, think of it this way. Think about the life of a dollar as it comes in and goes out of, this. Every dollar that comes in on a hunting license. So much of it goes to the agent fee, so much goes to the unrestricted. Fine. Look at the revenues, right? Never mind the expenditures. But then we get into registrations, totally different thing. And again, you had a bunch of different revenue sources, all of which go into unrestricted. Presumably, all of those may have similar stories, right? Where, so much of the license we talked about, the agent fees are clear, right? That's the one that you actually get the whole thing and there is no need for a story. Court fines and penalties, okay, I guess there is not a lot of story. But basically, we need to understand what comes in, what are the different cuts that go where, what is currently restricted that maybe doesn't need to be restricted. So there may be parts of what you do that are currently restricted because the legislature in their wisdom decreed so. But the agency feels that maybe there is a reasonable case to be made that that revenue, or at least part of revenue, does not need to be restricted. And if you guys keep saying that we are fine on the restricted revenue, but we really have a shortage on the unrestricted, at least part of the solution has to be examined as which of your restricted revenues doesn't need to be restricted, or it generates revenues in excess of what you need to spend. So some of it could be unrestricted. I know I'm good.
No,
Yeah, thank you.
I fully agree with you. So if I may, sir. So let's back up a little bit. First off, the licenses are covered under rule, and we have the authority to change those license fees. They were changed just in 2018, we did raise them. You see how we compare across the states. There are little areas where I think we can still probably increase, like charge for a duplicate license, things like that, smaller incremental changes that won't make significant difference, but every little bit counts. As far as the place that I see our biggest holdup is in the restricted funds. We have money there, it's restricted in the use, and those are the areas where we can actually increase fees. We have since I think it's 98, the habitat fee has been $2.50. Since something similar, 1998 or something, our fee related to fisheries has been $1. So we have the opportunities to raise those fees, but my concern is if we raise them and we can't use them, what do we do then, right? And that's where I don't know the mechanism, but if we could get some help with that, that would be suitable for us.
I know the mechanism.
Okay. I mean, that's the reality of it. Yes, we have some fees, licenses that we can, change and tinker with, but it's not a significant amount. It's these other restricted funds that we could actually generate. I mean, I have a list here that I'd be willing to share with you. I asked Kathy to pull this really quickly, but our wildlife habitat fee alone, $142,567. If we just doubled that by doubling the fee, and if you look at inflation, that's exactly where we should be on both of these, the fisheries and the habitat, the wildlife habitat fee. So I don't disagree with you. I love that you guys are thinking this way. I'm just, honestly, I'm new here. I'm trying to figure out how do we make this happen and how can we address this. Back to your point, Chairman, about the OHRV, given the fact that we do not have general funds necessarily allocated in the current proposed budget by the governor, if we were to do anything with OHRV, those funds would help us ensure that we could probably hire an additional conservation officer. What I'm concerned about right now without having those general funds is we may not be able to hire the 5 vacancies that we have. Now, granted, those officers would have to be contributed, to their time to that event and to that specific thing, but nonetheless, that could help us if we were to raise those fees.
And they'd only have to be applied to that specific thing. We left the law as it is. Again,
Right.
we can change that. So you're new, I'm new. Let's get together.
That sounds good.
Because what you're suggesting sounds fantastic. If you could give us those kinds of recommendations, that's
Okay.
exactly what I'm looking for.
Okay.
I'm sorry if I'm very convoluted about the way I get to that point, but
No, it's okay. And I was trying to jump in a little bit earlier, but I didn't want to be interruptive to people's conversations.
Representative Popovich?
And just as a quick point, when there is a fee that's for a service, right? I was saying this earlier today in a different meeting. It's kind of bad policy to, not increase it for 10 years and then have to take a 50% inflation adjustment. Because everybody's going to remember the one time when you increased it to catch up, not the 9 years when they got a lesser fee because inflation happened. So I would suggest that we not only adjust what needs to be adjusting appropriately, look at how much of it needs to be restricted and how much it doesn't, but then also look at putting into statute, whether it's through HB2 or through a separate bill to be passed later, some inflation-related fee increases, so that there is very clear expectations that, hey, if there is 3% inflation, this fee is going to increase by 3%. Again, it's not your department. You cannot do that on road tolls because everybody would hate to have to find 3 cents to pay a toll.
Right.
But on fees like this that are paid on a transaction, it just seems better policy, and yet we don't do it. And maybe we should consider it again, not everywhere, but
Right.
in the right places. So thank you.
Chairman Weiler?
So we're running a little long on this, but I want to come back to a project that took me 10 years to get a hike safe car with a lot of opposition from the department. Now it brings in a lot of money. So where do I find that in this budget?
Under accounting unit 2112,
What page?
let me get there.
Page 7.
762, page 762.
Yes, 762. So I have budgeted approximately $300,000 per year in hike safe revenue for the search and rescue account.
Where do I see hike safe
It's,
revenue?
it's under estimated source of funds for search and rescue under 006 agency income on page
It's towards the bottom.
762, towards the
the
bottom
bottom
of the
Okay.
page.
So on 2025, it only, was that the income was only 191,000?
Well,
it's
no,
the
that's
whole-
what's budgeted for
Right.
this fiscal year. However, the actual for 24, as you can see, was just under 364,000.
Right.
But we do a budget way ahead of time, so it's a budget.
So it's the whole previous year was actuals were way higher than budgeted. So now the remaining budget is lower. They'll actually have a significant surplus in 25. They just don't report it yet. It's what I was struggling with earlier this morning.
For years before that, we had to put 100,000 extra into search and rescue because it came up short. So now it should be almost overfunded. So you're finding other ways to use that extra money.
We're not using it for anything other than search and rescue activities. Search and rescue is one of our dedicated accounts.
But when
So
I saw the latest, a lot of it went in for public discussions and dive training and other things that went somewhere else once.
So the funds are dedicated to search and rescue, which involves training our officers and our responders to be able to do this specialized work. To say it's overfunded, sir, no, I think we're actually right where we need to be. I know there have been some proposals for perhaps increasing search and rescue funding. I don't think we necessarily need that. Kudos to you. Thank you for the hike
I'm
safe
glad
card.
they have some excess, and I want you to understand that.
Yeah.
Once in a while, we're not stupid. We can figure out where money needs to come from.
I love that.
And I don't understand why I had all the opposition from the agency.
I
trying to
don't
bring
either,
that in.
sir.
I
hope,
can't blame you.
I hope that you won't have that experience with me, because if anything, you'll find out I'm pie in the sky. I'm always thinking about new and creative ways, so I'm willing to work with you all. But
It shouldn't
thank you
have
for
taken me
that.
10 years to get that passed.
100%
Without
agree.
the opposition from the agency, it wouldn't have taken so long. Anyway, just a point I want to make. We're here to help you. We're trying to make everything work. We're looking at the big picture, and sometimes we run into things that don't make sense to us. And then when we try to make a suggestion, I don't like the fact, we've never done that. Don't bother us. You don't know anything.
Oh, I hope that you're not receiving or feeling that way
No.
today, because I'm very open to your ideas and certainly want to hear. I mean,
Just want to make a point.
the more ideas at the
trying to
table, the
work.
better way we can get.
Trying to work together.
Absolutely appreciate that.
The
Thank
hike
you.
safe card is very successful for our department, so thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative DeRoy.
So going back to these machines and the groomers are getting $4 of your fee, the license fee, registration fee, excuse me, the registration fee.
The groomers?
Well, the people who actually groom the field trails, excuse me.
No.
Oh, no, where does that $4 go?
It's
I thought that was
a
$4.
$5 agent fee, stays with the agent who's sold the
Selling.
registration.
Okay,
What's happening is, I think I don't remember the percentage, but a chunk of it does go to Dancer for the trails maintenance work.
oh, okay, I thought you said
It's-
$4 went to the trail.
No,
work.
the $4 is actually for the vendor who's selling the,
Okay, all right,
Yeah.
that cleared that up, thank you.
you're welcome. It is more than $4, but
All right.
would you
thank
like us to?
So where would you like me to continue? We stopped at OHRV registrations.
We did licensing, correct? 2118.
Okay, we can
So I guess the next one is
pass through licenses. I'm sorry? Okay. So then we have fleet, which is the last accounting unit within the business division. Fleet is a central accounting unit to cover all of our fleet expenditures that are not part of like a hunter education or aquatic education program, which are 100% federally funded. I think you'll see that class 20, we stayed pretty much with current expense. Class 70 is used exclusively to pay fuel cost, mostly to DOT for the DOT pumps.
What page is fleet?
743. And that wraps up the business division. Then we go on to our public affairs division, which is promotions, marketing, education, all of our department-wide media. AU 2120 is the main account in public affairs, houses most of the people, and the account, the class line 069, our promotional marketing, you'll see a significant increase there. It is our desire to engage in more marketing and promotion of our department. The next one down is aquatic resources education, which the,
Tell them what page you're on.
up 745.
Sorry.
Aquatic ed, and the one underneath it, Hunter Ed 2121, are both very similar. These are education programs that are primarily funded with federal funds.
Hunter education is on 746.
Yep.
Move into
And down on
747.
747, we have wildlife conservation education. This just pays for one full-time employee who is dedicated to wildlife conservation, especially in our schools and with students.
The budget shows two.
I'm sorry?
Budget shows two.
One of them is unfunded.
Oh, one's unfunded. Okay.
One
thank
is
you.
unfunded. Yep.
Thanks.
There are two people budgeted that one is unfunded. Moving on to 748, the wildlife program. The first accounting unit is 2125, which is non-game species management, which we have touched upon a little bit. This is one of our dedicated accounts. The wildlife division has the most dedicated accounts within the department as far as divisions, meaning that there are no Fish and Game Fund dollars used in those accounts. The next one down, which starts at the bottom of 749 but is mostly on 750, is the Wildlife Program Management, which houses most people outside of the non-game program within the Wildlife Division, and this does have a small amount of Fish and Game funds within it, but a large component of this accounting unit is federal funds, PR funds, if you will. Keep going. Okay. So down on 751, we have pheasants, and there's only one class line in our pheasant account, and that is to purchase pheasants. And the RSA clearly states that. Funds received from the sale of these permits and funds within this account can only be used for the purchase or propagation of pheasants.
So that's it becomes an HT account.
That is a
That is a
dedicated fund, yes. Pheasant, it's
It's a pheasant fund. It's a pheasant
it's
fund.
the pheasant fund, yes. It's on my list of 16 dedicated accounts under AU 2153, and you would see the RSA there. Halfway down on the same page, 751, we have the game management account, which also is a dedicated account. There are no full-time people in here. We do have a small amount of overtime. which is utilized to man moose and deer check stations in the fall. So moving on, about 2/3 down, page 752 is the wildlife damage abatement. It's a very small account, and it's only one of two accounts within this entire division that has a portion of fish and game funds in it. We have one full-time person, and this person sits at USDA for the most part, and they are involved in the bear mitigation and bear complaints.
Human wildlife conflict issues.
Human wildlife. You say it so much better than me.
Wow, I used to run that program.
That's why she's the director and I'm just finance. On page 753, we have the wildlife habitat conservation, and we were talking about the $2.50 wildlife habitat fee that has been the same since 1998. That, in conjunction with federal funds, fund this program. There is one full-time person who works as a wildlife habitat conservation biologist within this account. As you can see, for fiscal year 24 actual expense, almost $3 million in land acquisitions and easements. That was for land purchases, and we don't budget too heavily within that account because we don't have a crystal ball. We don't know what's coming down the line, what is going to be available to us to be able to purchase. And typically when that opportunity comes along, there are federal funds that come along with it, and we would do an accept and expend through fiscal to increase that class line.
And what was that fund?
Wildlife Habitat Conservation, page 753.
No, I've got that, but that's also the name of the fund?
Yes, it is.
Just so everyone is aware, the table that the department put also has a column for accounting unit. So it's a good crosswalk to go from the budget to the dedicated fund to the RSA.
I don't have a problem with the counting units. I've got those. What I'm trying to associate with the dedicated fund names.
That is the name.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I got that, but that's, but that's not in the budget. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mickey. And that concludes the Wildlife Division. Seeing no questions, we'll go on to page 755, which starts the Inland Fisheries Division. Inland Fisheries Management. Nothing extraordinary to talk about there, I don't think. Sure.
Is the large amount of benefits on line 60, is that the same issue as what you had before for the general agency? You know, you've got your staff personnel, 708,000, then your benefits 400. Is it the same situation?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Okay.
As you know, class 10 positions are budgeted on that position as well as their benefit package at the time that the budget is created. And if you look at 24, we used a lot less than what it looks like. We had a couple of vacancies, truthfully. At the bottom of page 755, we begin hatcheries. Hatcheries for infrastructure is critically underfunded. It has been for many, many years. Current expenses, we didn't even budget as much as we spent in fiscal year 24. We did go up a little bit on heat, electricity, and water. And we did increase our contractual maintenance a little bit to help alleviate some of those infrastructure issues.
You said it was underfunded? Did I hear that
It
correctly?
is underfunded.
So too few people? Because it's mostly people, right?
No, there's too little money to handle the critical infrastructure needs of the hatchery
So where's that dollar amount represented in the budget?
The dollar amount that we have in here now is under class 48, contractual maintenance, buildings and grounds, which we did increase by $150,000 in each year.
Okay, fair enough. So you had 10 people, right? Roughly? Is that
No, we have 30 people in the
30 people? So
hatcheries.
right, 30 people.
Yep.
So a lot of people, a lot of money. And yet you say it's underfunded because you need more money for the maintenance. and
The
all that.
infrastructure is
infrastructure itself,
underfunded,
yeah.
Okay.
yes.
So what are the people must be doing something then other than just that, obviously.
Well, yeah,
They're running our hatcheries. They're taking care of the fish.
Oh, okay, so it's the maintenance that's underfunded by how
The
much?
maintenance of the buildings.
How underfunded?
Well, yeah, I mean, in the capital budget alone, we have like $6 million worth of infrastructure that's needed from the previous, that's what we're working on right now from the previous biennium. And so now, this new capital budget, there's not much listed in there because we have projects that are ongoing right now. But the next go around, I anticipate we're going to see another
Several
fairly
million.
large, probably a large ask, another 5 or 6 million.
So you did get 6 million in the current?
Where we are now.
For,
Yes,
Current,
yes.
Yeah, okay.
And that's what we're working through right now.
Representative,
Well, it ended up
Chairman,
to be 4.5, but we had a 6.5 ask.
Yeah.
We ended up with 4.5.
okay, Chairman Weiler?
How many fish are we producing a year?
I don't have the answer
What
for
was
that.
that? I used to know it. Wait a minute. I knew it for a moment.
We don't count fish, we count pounds.
There was pounds, yeah. I
Pounds
was
of
trying to
fish.
remember. I don't have it with me,
It
but
often- It often seems to me, as I look at all the capital budget on this and all the repairs and all the complaints, that this is not economical. I mean, this should be paid for by the fishing licenses, right? I don't think we bring in that much from the fishing license. We don't raise deer, and yet people go out and pay for a hunting license to shoot deer. I'm sure that if we didn't raise fish, there'd still be fish.
well, it's a different species of fish. And what we're working on, obviously, is on the fish, inland fisheries habitat fee, is working on improving the habitat so that they're sustaining the fish that we're actually raising, right? So that then we can maybe decline on our production and allow for natural native fish.
And with that being said, if we used all of our fishing license revenue on fish, we wouldn't have a law enforcement division. We wouldn't have a business division.
That's what I'm
Because
thinking.
business and law enforcement don't create licenses.
No, and I'm thinking that if we didn't have all these fish hatcheries, we'd still sell fishing licenses.
Not if there's no fish to catch.
What are we paying per fish
Per fish?
Per fish?
or per pound?
Yeah, I'll have to get that for you,
Yeah,
sir. I'm
I don't-
sorry. I don't have that
I
number.
just, I've often thought as I look at all the capital budget on all this and all the complaints and all the repairs and all the money that goes into these fish hatcheries through the years, that
Well, to put it in perspective, sir, our fish hatcheries are very, very old. A couple of them are like 100 years old. Our newest one is 50, 55 years old.
Yes.
And we deferred maintenance on these facilities
That's
for years because of budget constraints.
about 30 years ago, I called up to buy fish to put in a pond. It cost me $200 for 100 fish. And it was from a private contractor, not from Fish and Game. Most of them died anyway.
We don't sell our fish to the public like that.
The guy I
raised
talked to
them.
Worked for the hatchery,
Okay.
but he sold them to me privately, which made me suspicious.
Would make me suspicious too.
Thank you.
The fact of the matter is that we are in a state where much of our facilities have been neglected. When, the two things that always got sort of pushed aside were outreach and education and facilities, maintenance of facilities. Whenever there was a budget cut, those are the two areas that got cut the most. And so now we're trying to make up for that deficit with this new innovative hatchery coming online. That's going to create a different avenue for us, a different perspective for us, and we'll start hopefully to transition all the other hatcheries to more current methods. And you may find that we aren't going to have as many hatcheries. We may be able to produce as many fish in fewer hatcheries with a less overhead in the long term. I hope so too. The hatchery, the innovative hatchery, yeah, right now our hatcheries are flow-through systems. The water, yes, yeah, so you're familiar, it goes right through. The new hatchery is going to allow us to recycle water. It's going to allow us to manage the contaminant levels. It's going to be very state-of-the-art, innovative. It's actually probably going to be the pilot project for the United States to come see how efficient this process is. Well, it's a public resource, sir. But certainly we will be, I'm sure, giving tours about the new hatchery once it's online. It's New Hampton.
New Hampton.
We just started construction. They have just taken down the runways from the former hatchery. We're in the process of the construction right now. Anticipated October of 26 that we should be opening the doors. And yeah, it's very exciting. But to your point, I think we will get there. You might have to just wait a few more years. Okay,
All set?
sorry.
So our next account on page 757 is the Fisheries Habitat Management, which is a dedicated account funded with that $1 fisheries habitat fee and federal funds. We have 2 full-time people who work under this account that are dedicated to fisheries habitat. The next account down, way at the bottom of page 757, broodstock Atlantic salmon has gone away because we stopped selling that salmon permit many years ago. So as you can see, it has been zeroed out.
Were you in fact raising salmon?
Years ago. Yep.
But this
They're
goes to your point, sir, like, was this cost effective? And it wasn't. And so
not.
that's why we no longer do this.
Correct. We stopped selling the permit. Sale of fish food. Does anyone know, it's a quiz, anyone know where the revenue comes from to fund this account? This is fun. It comes from the vending machines at our hatcheries that you put a quarter in and you can get a handful of pellets to feed the fish. So this account has been around for many, many, many years, and it's a dedicated account, and in statute, the funds can only be used for purchasing equipment at our hatcheries.
If I may. With all due respect for whoever the legislatures were at the time, a dedicated fund for a few thousand a year seems to be a desperate candidate for a cutting floor. So, honest to God, it's 5,000 a year. Just the overhead of keeping track of the darn thing is probably bigger than anyway.
On the top of page 759 is fish conservation. This was a new accounting unit that was implemented with this current biennial budget that we're in. As you can see in fiscal year 24, there were no actual expenditures. It was kind of developed to take the place of the salmon account, but it's to be self-funded. So until we get some revenue in there, we're not going to incur any expenditures.
What's it for? If you had revenue?
We were anticipating hiring a part-time person under class 50 to work in the inland fisheries division on fish conservation. I Can't speak any more to it than that.
It would further help us with like fish habitat improvements and things like that.
But it was designed to be with donations. So there were no expenditures in '24 because we didn't get any donations in. So that wraps up the Inland Fisheries Division. So on the top of page 760, we begin law enforcement. And the first accounting unit is OHRV Education, Training, and Enforcement. We have 7 full-time staff within this accounting unit. And as you look at class 049, transfers to other agencies, that's 6.5 million. Those are the funds that are transferred to DNCR based on registrations sold. That's my appropriation to be able to do that. Our next account in law enforcement on 761 is the Deputy CO program, which they've moved away from having a Deputy CO program, although the colonel did want to continue funding it in the next biennium.
I apologize. Just a quick question on the previous $6.5 million. I understand why.
Okay.
Is there any way you could provide thoughts on what, notwithstanding existing legislation, do they really need 6.5 million to do what they're doing?
I cannot speak to another agency's costs, sir.
Oh,
I can't, sorry.
fully understood. I appreciate it.
It's, it's not my role.
It's okay.
So then going down to 1186, Operation Game Thief is also self-funded. And right now, we don't spend a lot of money out of there. But there are no fish and game funds. Then we go to Representative Weiler's favorite account on page 762, Search and Rescue. There are no full-time staff in Search and Rescue, obviously. It's overtime and holiday pay. Then all the way down at the bottom of 763, we have Conservation Law Enforcement, which is where the general funds have historically been since fiscal year 18. We have 47 full-time staff.
Mr. Chair.
Representative Hacken Phillips.
My apologies to everyone here. I have an appointment I have to run to, so I'll be watching the video of the rest of this from home tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Murray.
No, it's okay.
Oh.
Continue. So if there are no questions on law enforcement, that completes the law enforcement division. And brings us to marine fisheries management. Nothing extraordinary, no major changes in marine fisheries management, accounting unit 2288 on 765. We can turn to page 766. And at the bottom of such is the reserve program, affectionately known as GBNER, the Great Bay National Estuarian Research Reserve. No major changes there either.
Where the people come to that want to have their own little oyster bed on their, outside their waterfront lot in Great Bay?
No,
No, that's not.
that's not us.
Okay.
This is separate.
I thought you licensed them.
We license them out of Region 3, the Region
Yes.
3 office,
we do
yes,
license.
but,
Yes, we do license.
So,
but it's not in the reserve.
if I may ask, what is it? Because I don't know what it is. The program, the GBNER, you said?
GBNER?
It's an estuarine, it's like a, you know what a wildlife reserve is?
Sure.
Yeah, it's a refuge. This is a similar approach.
Got it.
They do a lot of outreach and education there. They do a lot of research there. And actually, we're in the process of getting it worldwide recognized. because of its abilities and its uniqueness to the salt marsh area. You're welcome.
It is primarily federally funded, about 70%, and those are NOAA grants. Next, we have Salt Marsh Monitoring and Restoration Program at the bottom of page 767. It's a relatively new program. As a matter of fact, we did not even have a budget for 25 because we brought the funds in fiscal year 24 through either a GNC or perhaps a GNC fiscal item. I think it was just GNC. I don't think it met the threshold for fiscal committee. And then we,
Representative Murray?
Thank you. Yeah, I noticed the 2025, all the zeros, and I'm wondering, is this an ongoing kind of a program, or since there was that gap, is this related to particular storm damage that would be sort of a one-time restoration as opposed to ongoing projects?
it's ongoing projects. It is not related to storm damage.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And as you can see, it is federally funded, no fish and game funds. It's federal grant funds. Next on the hit list here on page 768 is the Coastal Cleanup Fund, which is also a brand new fund. And these funds are actually derived from a $15 fee on derelict fishing gear. You may remember that going through the legislature. Derelict fishing gear, yes.
How do you identify?
Well, yeah, it depends on the type of gear. Some of the gear has to be labeled by the commercial fisher.
On the top of page 769, we have the Gibner PAC 2020, which is also affectionately known as the Glen Cove Project. I don't know if any of you have had an opportunity to go out there and view this project. We inherited, if you will, a very large parcel of land out on Great Bay and received several, at least 3, very large federal grants to totally redo and renovate this property. Yes.
Yes.
And we've removed some, we're renovating some. It's a very large, beautiful project. So as you can see, there are no funds in fiscal year 27 because it is scheduled to be completed. And that completes the Marine Fisheries Division. We have one division left, and that is Facilities and Lands. There are only 2 accounting units, the first of which is 2117 on the top of page 770. This is the Public Boat Access Program, a dedicated account. No large increases here, with the exception of, I guess, a little bit in our consultant line, and that is for our engineer, our on-call engineer. And that is 100% funded with dedicated funds, which is the $5 boat registration fee that comes to us directly from the Department of Safety and federal funds. And then the last accounting unit is on page 771, what we call facility maintenance. We have 6 full-time staff here. They do various construction and maintenance of our facilities, not only on Hazen Drive, but they also go around to our regional offices and hatcheries. We also pay the majority of our class 23 heat, electricity, and water for our, not only our headquarters, but our regional offices as well. And I don't think there's anything odd there. This is mostly fish and game funded, very little federal funds. And the only other 2 accounts are unemployment compensation, which we've budgeted at a whopping $50. In our workers' compensation, we have to pay directly for workers' comp because we are a self-funded agency. So we we make payments based on actual cost incurred. And that brings us to the end of our budget.
Representative Murray?
Yeah, two questions. I missed something. Back on 765, the general fund was zeroed out. Where is that? Where'd that money?
Hold on.
It's part of law,
765.
yeah, under
That
law
is-
enforcement, so,
That's law enforcement. Those are the general funds that were taken from our budget during the governor's phase.
and so
She
this
zeroed
is,
those out.
she zeroed those out, so this is a big
And the
hit for you.
increase in all appropriations remain the same.
Yeah,
So as you can see, Fish and Game funds went from 3.9 actual to 4.5 in fiscal year 25 to 6.2 and 6.3.
it's under law enforcement. It's,
So that was one of the.
what account number would you, because it's just, yeah.
7887.
And the other, sorry, the other question, or is there anything else to say about the governor's cut, other than you probably need the money back? So,
It will impact us for certain.
and
Significantly.
what would be the impact since we're here?
Well, so for the longest time, we weren't getting general funds. We finally started getting general funds. We have 5 vacancies currently for law enforcement. If we aren't able to get this funding, we will not be able to fill those positions, which are desperately needed. The other piece is, as I mentioned before, we have 38 field officers and 4 serving in administrative. With 38 across the state, our officers are often working many, many days straight. And when you have all the rescues and the events that occur on the weekends, you know, they're coming off a mountain one day and then the next day they're called in because of something else has happened over time. It increases our potential.
Overtime.
It increases our potential for overtime. It increases our potential for workman's comp because people get injured when they don't have time to rest, things like that. It's a domino effect. I'll be honest. It's a domino effect.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The other thing, even though it wasn't specific in HB2 with regards to you, in part 2, or what we're considering HB2, around the permitting, the governor's sense of trying to streamline permitting and making it easier to do that. It does affect you. This is particular, I think, how it affects you with the threatened and endangered species compensatory mitigation fund. I guess assuming if someone's putting in a permit, which is going to have an environmental effect, this all kicks in. How does what she's proposing here, how will it impact you and your ability to get this work done?
So what she's proposed, it definitely has a significant impact on us. To be upfront, we are 100% behind the governor's initiative and desire for efficiency, government efficiency, and one-stop shopping for the applicants, things like that. Whatever we can do to improve that. However, in our agency, environmental review is not limited to AOT permits or permits that go just through DES. We have other environmental reviews that we conduct for other entities, including reviews for NEPA and federal organizations, for nonprofits that are trying to get federal grants. So if all 4 of those positions are removed from our agency, we will have no capacity, or very limited, I won't say no, limited capacity to do that work. We are working with the other agencies involved and discussing an alternative approach. What would be ideal is, you know, if this is to move forward, that we at least retain at the minimum 1, perhaps 2 of those positions to maintain our own consistency and our own requirements for environmental review. There is, of course, some concern about the redundancy across 2 agencies. There's concern about the increase in funding to create this group in DES. There are other, other concerns that have been raised. But nonetheless, what we're going to do is, you know, wherever it lands, we're going to make it work. We're going to make it be effective. I do have concerns about our agency being completely stripped of the ability to do our jobs. You know, I want to support the governor, but I also have an agency that I need to make sure we're meeting our mandates. I do have concerns that we We work together with DES and Dancer and ensure that we're minimizing any potential increase in litigations because of the review process. The last thing we need is for New Hampshire to all of a sudden be in the spotlight for more litigation. So there's a lot of work that needs to go into this. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying we need to be smart about how we approach it. And yes, it does impact us significantly.
So if I understand correctly, just make sure that I do, if this went through the way it is written, you would lose the positions you have. They would all go into this other
Yes.
stream. And that would mean that reviews that you are supposed to do, that you're perhaps required to do, would not get done. Or do you think they would get
Yes.
done over here, they just wouldn't get done?
I don't, they would
They would
not
not
get
get done.
done, as far as I know. I mean, we would, obviously, we're not going to try to get to that point. We're going to work through some way that this stuff is addressed, but yes.
Thank you.
Representative Popovich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last fall during the Revenue Committee, we were talking about the direct and indirect costs for search and rescue. If you remember, the department was stating that they don't, they don't get enough funds, and that is a cost imposed on them. We went through the whole report submitted to the fiscal committee, which seemed to show that the hike safeguard and other revenues seem to properly reimburse the department. And then I was told that, there are a bunch of indirect costs, stuff like regular pay for the officers involved that are not reported to fiscal. And I did ask you guys at the time if there is any way you could start breaking down that internal data so that we can get a better understanding of what the true cost of search and rescue is to Fish and Game. I just wanted to see if you had any update on anything that was done, anywhere you are on that discussion.
Do you have anything further?
I do not.
So yes, I did request that, and as far as I know, that report is being generated for me at this time, but I did not have it available to bring today.
It would be obviously I would appreciate an update whenever you guys have it.
Yes.
It's an issue that we need to continue working on to make sure everything is properly accounted for. Thank you.
Fully understand, yes, sir.
And I would like to add, if there is another format that you would like to work with me on for presenting the search and rescue report, I'm more than willing to work through Mickey to design a different format.
Thank you. I would be happy to help in any way. Obviously, if we're talking about a meaningful involvement, I would suggest waiting until after the budget is done, because
I can say the same.
it is the last time I've been, let's see, I missed 3 days last week, and that was the first time this year I wasn't here 5 days a week. So my time right now is limited, but I will be happy to help. I just want to point out that we're not looking as much as a format as we are looking at including the full range of costs that you guys are incurring. Right now you are reporting on a partial range of costs, and some costs you just absorb without reporting them to fiscal. And I'm trying to help you guys better show fiscal what you are really dealing with, so we can create the appropriate funding and resources that you need to perform that job. So if we don't show them what you really are spending on it, they don't see a need for reimbursement. So I would be happy, I don't want to volunteer anybody other than myself, but I would be happy to, go through a more, low-level analysis if you feel it would help, and, suggest any, improvements
That
or
one-page
changes.
report is strictly the accounting unit 2117 and the activity in that accounting unit. I would foresee it as being like an addendum or an attachment to that report.
Sure, we can definitely go into the weeds if you so choose. Yeah, thank you.
Can I just clarify? Earlier, you were speaking about the governor reducing the funding for, was it conservation law enforcement, 7887?
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So I see that she took away the general funds,
Yep.
Yeah.
but she increased the fish and game fund.
Yep.
Okay. So why did you need to reduce the number of people? Did I misunderstand what was going on there?
Because she balanced the budget based on lapses.
So she balanced it, but because it's based on lapses, you're going to release people or not replace people, or what?
We don't know yet. We're in discussions
Right.
internally about that.
Okay, so this is not necessarily something that is cast in stone. You've actually eliminated people, and you're not going to be able to get environmental
No, we have
permits.
not absolutely eliminated people, no.
We have vacancies that are open right now. We're filling one of them. The question is whether we continue to fill the rest or not, assuming the lapse. Otherwise, if we had that certainty of that general fund, we wouldn't even question it. We would automatically fulfill those.
Okay, so it's not cast in stone that everything you described is going to necessarily happen.
Right.
Correct.
So, you know, on the Fish and Game funds where you have the increase to 6.2 million, this is her expectation of what you will reach at that level?
No, it's not an expectation. All it did was the default, of course, is the Fish and Game Fund. So when you take out a fund, the default fell to the Fish and Game Fund.
Thank you.
Everything else remained equal. Yes.
Which, you know, it's suitable. I mean, it makes sense. It's okay. However, it's not the way that we prefer to operate. You know, clearly in 2000, I think it was 15, we reached that low point again. But again, we have so much infrastructure and other things that need attention. We have IT needs, and I would much prefer to be able to use some of those funds to elevate this agency to the current century.
We have people who cannot even do their timesheets because they don't have access to the internet in our hatcheries and regional
Yeah, we're
hatcheries.
working through that right
It's-
now. But
it's
so it's just a matter of figuring out where we land and then what we can accomplish over the next biennium.
So back to the discussion we had earlier, please give me the information about
Yes, sir.
restricted funds where we can increase fees, maybe unrestricted funds and so on and so forth, because maybe that's a solution to the concerns that you're raising.
Absolutely.
Representative,
Thank you. Thank you again. You have a substantial amount of federal funds, and usually we don't need to look at federal funds. You know, that's fine. We're really happy you get that. Are there any concerns or any flags coming up around federal funds in terms of funds that are going to be withheld or go disappear? What are your concerns in that regard?
Yeah, I would say we're probably middle of the road right now. We have some concerns because we did just get notification that one of our funds is on hold and we can no longer charge against it. We've already, of course, with federal, you get a reimbursement. So we've already expended funds that we may have to cover if we can no longer charge to that grant. At this point, that's the only one that we're definitive on. There are a couple other grants that have been in discussions. I'm not sure where those are going to land. Certainly, if federal funds are put to a halt, we will be struggling at least for the next year and a half. Is there- Do you know?
I do not off the top of my head, but all of our federal funds, which would be It is
It
federal.
is federal.
PR, DJ, our annual apportionments, and NOAA, we bring in 8 to 11 million a year in federal funds.
Let me see, I may actually have it here. In one of my papers, I might be able to tell you that, but one point I will make is that one encouraging thing that is happening in DC and may affect us in the long term is there's been a movement to consider the excise taxes on online purchases that come from out of country. So that if they can get that passed, that will help all of us across the nation. The federal grants over the last fiscal year, I guess, was just over, was that right? Just over $1 million there? Or 5 million?
5.
Yeah,
It's
so
a 5.
over 10 million over the last fiscal year. We did have a reduction of about, well, let's see, total, that's about 10% reduction.
That's just PR and DJ, so
Yeah.
that does not include the NOAA grants.
Yeah,
and
I'm sorry, I was trying to address
those
this
type-
question
yep.
about PR. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yep.
absolutely. Representative Drouet.
A strange question. Are we still doing Northwood Law? And if we are, do you get money for that?
I knew we couldn't get out of this meeting without that question.
So we are looking at potentially recontracting with the original producers. We'll be bringing that before Governor Council if it moves forward. The thing is that initially they're changing their format. They're looking at doing short sort of YouTube clips, videos, and rather than a TV show. So with that in mind, the initial proposal would be that there would be no revenue, and except for them to sell ads. And once they started selling ads, they then may make donations to the Heritage Foundation. For us as an agency to ask for funding for that, it's a little awkward. We spoke with the AG's office. It's not really appropriate for us as an agency to do so. However, if they want to donate to the Heritage Foundation, by all means they can, and that's how they managed the payments last time, is they made donations to the Heritage Foundation. We did,
We do.
yeah. Through
grants.
grants, through grants again.
And I had spoken of very early in the meeting.
So more to come.
Any other questions? Gotta go. Okay. So that's it? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it.
All right, see what we can do.
Okay, thank you.
And I guess with that, we'll, unless anybody has any other, yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Just a quick question. Would you like to revisit your retirement date?
Would I like to? I already have. And I assured Director Simic that
Keep talking to her.
I'll be here a couple more years.
I'm hoping to retain her. Thank you. She's certainly an asset.
So that'll
Yes,
close the
she is.
Division Two meeting,
Thank you.
3:25.
20 years, right?
21 with Fish and Game, almost 30 with the state. I was at DES first.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
In this job forever.
Yeah,
I
but
asked you
the
years
prior,
ago if you were from Kingston, because there's Levante's in Kingston.
Director Mason, he never